The interesting thing about this video is how little we know about the subject. I've been working on this for quite a long time, and it's hard not to think about the fact that we don't know how MI6 operates. We don't even know if this is the only place they operate from. If I was MI6, I would keep all of my most top secret things and some of that people wouldn't really expect, like this strange black windowless tower block right in the centre of London that can't seem to find anything online about. Maybe a flat in your apartment block. Maybe something so obvious you just laugh it off. There are thousands of people working tirelessly on secret missions to keep the UK safe. And the only thing that we know about them is that some of them are here. Pretty mad at that. I kid you not. I think there's a secret agent watching me right now. But he's got a Union Jack on the back of his uniform, so it's not that subtle.
This one.
For decades, the opioid crisis has defied standard treatments, but deep in the shadows of modern medicine lies a radical but effective alternative. Ibogaine is a powerful psychedelic often described as miraculous by those who've tried it because of its remarkable ability to erase years of addiction and the agony of withdrawal in just one harrowing session.
It is a revolutionary breakthrough.
The success rate is staggering.
But Ibogaine remains illegal in the U.S., in part because it can be deadly. Despite the risks, thousands of desperate Americans addicted to opioids are crossing borders.
I understand that. Some people just need to something different, don't they? How's everyone doing today?
This shopping app raised over $40 million, attracted celebrity investors, and is now facing allegations.
In 2015, Dr. Sergio Canavero, This shopping app raised over $40 million, attracted celebrity investors, and is now facing allegations that it took credit for sales it never actually earned. Sophia is one of those new shiny AI startups that promises to make shopping easier. You install it as a browser extension, you browse online like normal, and it's supposed to hunt down and lower prices, apply coupon codes at checkout, and even reward you with points that you can redeem for gift cards. Their slogan is literally never overpay again. And Fia was co-founded by Phoebe Gates, Bill Gates' 23-year-old daughter, alongside of her Stanford roommate, Sophia Kiana. But since launching the company last year, the company has raised more than $40 million from venture capital firms and celebrity investors like Hailey Bieber and Kim Kardashian and so on and so on. And also, a whole plethora of musicians. I mean, there's so many musicians that invested, it kind of looks like a Coachella artist announcement rather than some sort of like investment round announcement. But the app has reportedly been downloaded more than 1 million times, and for a while, it looked like it became one of the hottest AI shopping tools on the internet. But recently, all of that changed because an investigation from Bloomberg, backed by the testing of the independent researcher and even one of Fia's competitors, accused the company of something called cookie stuffing. And once you understand how this allegedly worked, you also understand why basically the entire marketing industry completely lost their minds over this all. So essentially the easiest way to understand this is to forget about AI for a second and then just think about how the internet works. Because let's just say I spend 3 days writing a review on the best running shoes or something like that. You read my article, you click my link, and you buy a pair of running shoes. I didn't sell you those shoes directly, but because I convinced you to buy them, the shoemaker then pays me a small commission. That's called affiliate marketing. It's how review sites stay in business, and how shopping guides make money, and how, honestly, a lot of YouTubers make money as well, myself included. Essentially, as long as the product is good, everyone wins. The shopper gets recommendation, and the retailer gets a sale, and the person who actually influenced the purchase gets paid. At least, that's how it's supposed to work. According to Bloomberg's investigation, that was always what was happening with Fiat. So Bloomberg tested the extension across more than 50 different retailers, and also relied on findings from affiliate marketing researcher Ben Edelman. And this guy's been investigating the industry for years, as well as testing from Capital One Shopping, which makes a competing browser extension. But essentially what they all found was that FIA's extension could insert its own affiliate tracking code during checkout, even if FIA hadn't actually been the reason that you ended up buying the product in the first place. And that's where this whole thing starts getting really messy. Basically, if you read a review on something, you head over to the retailer, you add it to your cart, and you get ready to check out, that's when FIA's browser extension could step in. And instead of just looking for coupon codes like you expected, the extension would open a background tab and insert FIA's own affiliate tracking code. So nothing about your shopping experience really changed. You still bought the exact same product, but you didn't discover it through FIA. And behind the scenes, the affiliate commission would end up going somewhere completely different. Like, allegedly, FIA, for example. But that's essentially what cookie stuffing is. And this might sound a little bit familiar because obviously Honey was outed for doing this a few years ago. But essentially, the term cookie stuffing is used to describe times when an affiliate tracking code is placed on someone's browser without that affiliate earning the referral. So, in this case, critics allege that FIA is claiming credit for sales it didn't actually drive. So if that's true, the people losing out aren't actually the shoppers. They're the websites, journalists, creators, and publishers who actually convinced someone to make the purchase in the first place. And the biggest voice behind the allegations is the guy I mentioned earlier, Ben Edelman. And he spent decades studying affiliate marketing and online advertising, and he reviewed FIA's code and did his own testing. And he later published a detailed write-up explaining exactly what he found. So according to Edelman, this wasn't just Edelman. Maybe it's Edelman. Edelman or Edelman. Uh-oh. I'm going to switch up to Edelman, so I've covered both bases now. But I'm slowly realizing we're overpaying for everything as of late. Everything really just has become inch-fied, as U.S. Rosman cleverly pointed a while back. But I'm also just learning we're absolutely overpaying for wireless phone coverage. And that's where today's sponsor, Mint Mobile, comes in. Because right now, for a limited time, you can get 3, 6, or 12 months of premium wireless phone service for $15 a month. And that's any plan, even unlimited data. And you can do so easily online. If you didn't know, Mint Mobile is premium wireless without the premium price tag. And all Mint Mobile plans include unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network. And it also includes free calling to Mexico, Canada, and the UK as well, apparently. And hotspots are also included up to 20 gig on the unlimited plans. So, this is not some stripped-down budget carry. Mint Mobile delivers a full-featured premium wireless experience at a fraction of the cost. So if that sounds interesting to you, you can stop overpaying for wireless, just because that's always how it's been. Because you can just switch to Mint for their summer .com suspended FIA's account over behavior it says violated its policies. And that's a pretty big deal because affiliate marketing runs on trust. Retailers have to trust that affiliates are only getting paid when they're actually earning a sale. Publishers
So
have
it's
to trust
fresh.
that they spend hours writing reviews and convincing someone to buy something that they're not going to lose out on that affiliate commission. Especially not last second, just because you do a check to see if there's any other coupons that can save you money. Essentially, what FIA is being accused of doing is exactly what Honey did. Because I feel like, obviously, if you remove the cookie stuffing, these apps aren't that bad. They essentially just help the consumer pay less money. But I guess certain players get greedy. Obviously, Honey was caught.
But yeah,
FIA,
well, you
their
think, like-
allegations right now. Kind of seems like they were caught, but it's all
Except
alleged for now.
everything is
But
all
obviously, when allegations like this pop up, you can't
realizations.
exactly just shrug it off
It'll
and say,
probably show you loads
it's
of
probably
realizations.
fine.
and
But
you're
also,
like,
I will say one thing I
oh,
did
shit,
notice while
why
looking
didn't I see
into
it like
this
that
is this
before? Why
isn't
didn't I
even
see
the
it like
first time
this
that FIA has faced
And then
questions
you'll come back
about
and be like, oh,
what
this,
its browser
this,
extension is doing behind the
I
scenes.
don't know.
So late last year, Fortune reported that earlier versions of the extension were collecting way more browsing data than what they expected. So allegedly, this extension was sending copies of web pages users visited, including pages that could contain sensitive information like emails or bank account pages, all the way back to FIA's servers.
I'm good,
So yeah,
thank you.
if that is true, okay, FIA is not a good app whatsoever. This is bad. But allegedly, after researchers contacted the company, FIA removed that feature, and the company said it's been using the data to identify shopping websites and improve their product. But none of that right there matched the company's privacy policy, and it didn't explain that even collecting URLs could expose sensitive information. Which brings me to something I found pretty funny, because I started reading FIA's current
Appreciate
privacy
it.
policy, and look, every browser extension has a privacy policy that's probably about a mile long, but after everything that's happened, a few lines definitely stand out. So the company says it automatically collects information about your browsing habits, including the pages you visit, the links you click on, and so on. It also says it can use web content to track shopping sites and make assumptions about you based on the information it collects. And after reading the headlines about browser extensions quietly doing things in the background, you suddenly find yourself reading every sentence of privacy policy like you're reviewing some sort of legal contract before you're buying a house. That is one of those moments where you realize how much access you hand over when you click to add to Chrome. And I say that as someone with a whole bunch of Chrome extensions. But what do you guys think? Do you think this was all an accident? Do you think it was on purpose? Who knows? It'll be interesting to see. But if anything major happens, I'll definitely make a follow-up video. So if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. This self-exiled Chinese billionaire convinced thousands of people they were actually funding the fight against the Chinese Communist Party, but prosecutors say they were actually funding one of the biggest fraud schemes in recent years. So essentially, you have a billionaire who claimed he was leading the fight against the CCP. He tricked thousands of people to donate a whole bunch of money, and then it didn't exactly go to the cause they were donating the money for. Bro essentially hit them with the Zac Efron stance, and then all he had to show for it were I don't know, hypercars and luxury properties all around the world. So I guess what a lot of people thought was going to end up being a political revolution turned into a 30-year prison sentence for a guy instead. So on June 29th, Chinese billionaire by the name of Miles Go was known as Go Wengui and Ho Wan Hook. Apologies if I butcher some names here, but I'm trying my best. So you see, Go Wengui were sentenced to 30 years in prison after a federal jury had previously convicted them on charges including racketeering, conspiracy, wire fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering. So, Judge Annalyn Torres also ordered him to
What's
forfeit
everyone
roughly
doing today?
$889 million.
How much?
I'm not dumbfounded by that. Let me just say right off the bat, this is like Olympic gold levels of fraud. $1 billion is an absolute insane amount of money to scheme your way into. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office from the Southern District of New York, Go led a scam that got more than $1 billion from thousands of online followers. And long before this, Go actually became famous as one of the
We never
Chinese
need to work
government's
again.
loudest critics. Apparently, after building a fortune as a real estate developer in China, he fled the country in 2015.
Oh, you never need to work
and
again
settled
if
in
you
New
had
York.
like 100
From there,
million.
he reinvented himself as an
Just
outspoken
invest it.
opponent of the
Just
Chinese
invest it.
Communist Party, posting
That's they
consistently
say, the
online
rich
and
get
telling
richer,
followers that he wanted to essentially expose the corruption inside of China's government. And to a lot of people, especially, members of the overseas Chinese community, he was someone they believed had insider knowledge about one of the world's most secretive governments. Because the dude presented himself as someone risking everything to just stand up to the CCP, and over time, he built an incredible loyal audience. And clearly, to do something like that, number one, you have to build one hell of a brand. Number two, you have to be a genius at public speaking. And number three, imagine if you combined the number one and number two and actually did something good with it. Instead, you just bought a bunch of hypercars and $1 billion, bro. Regardless of how much money he could apparently raise, he wasn't honest. So that audience that he looted would eventually become the foundation of the prosecutor's case. Because according to the government, Go didn't just build a political movement. Apparently, it built a business empire around it. So starting in 2018, Go, it's not Go, Go, I think it's Go.
A once powerful Chinese tycoon, now a convicted fraudster in the United States. Guo Wenji.
Whoa. Whoa. It's not Go. It's Whoa. I said
Whoa.
Go a bunch. I also said Goo.
Whoa.
This is really bad considering one of my close friends has this exact last name. I do know it's a surname originally from Chongqing, I think. Starting in 2018, Guo started launching a series of organizations and investment opportunities that all seem to be connected with the same mission. It started with two organizations called the Rule of Law Foundation and the Rule of Law Society. And according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Guo told potential donors that he was personally putting up the first $100 million to support the cause. And I guess that kind of claim carries a lot of weight. So if a billionaire who's asking you for your support says he's already invested $100 million of his own money, it makes the whole thing sound a lot more real at first glance, I guess. The prosecutors say this apparently wasn't even true. Guo then expanded into growing a network of ventures, including GTV Media Group, G Clubs, the Himalaya Farm Alliance, and eventually something called the Himalaya Exchange. Each project came with big promises. Some offered company stock, others sold
This isn't just a bench, it's an award-winning bench. Because aside from being able to sit on it, it has several ingenious features. It has no slots to put litter or anything else in. It's anti-skateboarder thanks to these non-flat edges. It's anti-graffiti thanks to a special coating which repels paint. You can't attach a bike to it and it acts as a traffic barrier because it's just hefty. But it's also not very comfortable. Which is also part of the design. It discourages loitering and rough sleeping. They were introduced by Camden Council in
That's cheeky as fuck. Literally.
2012 as existing benches were seen to be enablers of antisocial behaviour. And they're a prime example of what's known as hostile architecture. Architecture that's designed to influence your behaviour without you really noticing it. But once you have noticed it, you'll see it everywhere. Or hear it. I'm going to play you a sound. Are you ready? If you couldn't hear that, it's probably because you're over the age of about 25. Mosquito alarms emit a high-pitched frequency that only young people can usually hear. The idea being that if you put one on your building, young people will just go away. In 2020, they reportedly installed one here at the Parliament Hill Fields Lido to shoo away loitering teenagers. Sneakily, the only people affected by it are those in the age bracket. The age being young people, and anyone else can just walk past without any idea that it's going on. And that's why it's so controversial. It doesn't filter by intention. Then you've got Basil Jet, the brand new bit of public space which has appeared on London's Thames thanks to the new super sewer. London used to have a river called the Fleet, which was turned into a sewer and now flows under your feet. Until recently, it's spilled straight into the Thames, filling it up with sewage, again and again. But thanks to London's new super sewer, we've come up with something a little newer. So to a new tunnel the Fleet now flows, dropped in through a shaft, as this diagram shows. On top of that, they built this, which is very nice. But you know who it's really nice for? Skateboarders. They've accidentally created a quite fun skate park. But that wasn't who it was intended for. They put these anti-skateboarder grooves to try and make it more difficult to skate, but that doesn't seem to have worked. All around London, you'll see these little metal studs along edges called skate stoppers. They're barely noticeable if you're just walking past, but if you try to grind this ledge, you probably will find that you can't, and that's why they're there. My point being here that while all of these influence behaviour, you probably wouldn't notice unless you were the intended target. Hostile architecture isn't a new phenomenon. In Cambridge, I found this pretty cool and also pretty hostile fencing. On Embankment, there's these cool old benches, which, if you're sitting on one, you might think, oh look, there's a nice place to rest my arm. But that's not what they're for. They're often to prevent people from lying down. This is a sitting bench for sitting people. Tube seats on several lines have the same thing, and a lot of bus stops have these sloped benches. And sometimes you might find it's targeting you, not necessarily unfairly. A lot of fast food chains have intentionally less comfortable seating to make it less likely you'll overstay your welcome. But by far the most common target for hostile architecture is people experiencing homelessness. You'll often see things like spikes on ledges, don't sit here, or uncomfortable flooring in doorways and alcoves.
I've shown you many
This is a
times.
fancy way of saying don't sleep here. If you're walking past, you probably wouldn't even notice them, but if you need somewhere to sleep for the
Okay,
night,
that is
then
now.
you definitely would notice them. On the surface, it just looks like an aesthetic choice, but each of these has been designed to influence behavior, and you won't notice unless you are the target. I never want to come in here and do a negative piece, but especially during the winter, I've been thinking about the people who this impacts the most.
Like, you'll want to do
and
it
that's
soon
people who
because
are
you're falling
experiencing
asleep.
homelessness.
So
That is a
you'll
topic
want to
that I
do
don't
it
know a whole
because
lot about, so I
it'll
want to
send you
talk to
straight
somebody
to
who does know
but
things
then you'll
about
wake
it,
back up
but
20
also as
minutes
part
later.
of
You're
the
like, fuck
solution.
me, that was amazing.
This space
Best
is
sleep I've ever had in
designed
20
quite a
minutes.
hostile way, and it's preventing people from using it in ways that you might
Huh?
not think about. These kind of metal spikes, they might be preventing people from coming here skateboarding. It looks like this is maybe just an armrest, but it's really low down. You're not going to sit here and lean over and use this bench like that. So really this bench is designed to prevent people from sleeping here. So if someone's in a situation where they're sleeping rough and they don't have anywhere to sleep at night, hostile architecture prevents them from finding somewhere safe, secure
So they can't sleep
to
there.
sleep. Sometimes it means they leave the city altogether,
See, they
and
put a
that
bench like that so they can't
prevents them
sleep
from
across it.
accessing services because we
Cheeky
do
as
have more
fuck.
services in
They
cities.
stop
ISIS
homeless
supports
sleeping in
thousands
the
of people
city,
every
innit?
year who are homeless or who are at risk of homelessness. Talking about here, when we talk about hostile architecture, is things that are not a solution to homelessness. It doesn't provide an answer, it doesn't provide help, it just moves people around. There are programs that exist. We know they do crisis run some of these programs that are proven to end homelessness for people who are sleeping rough. We need more of those things. We need more
Just
funding
thinking,
and more support
when you do
to
it,
actually help
might
people
put a tiny
in
little bit
those
of
ways
ice in
instead
there
of
because it's
focusing
so
on
much
how we
nicer
make
and cooler
the environment around us
cool
more
warm
hostile.
instead of like the
Solving this
warmness
isn't
of
simple
it.
because hostile
Do you know what I
architecture
mean?
is just a
Like
symptom
cool
of the
water.
problem itself. Cities are places where people come together and everyone wants a different thing out of them. Businesses and councils tend to want places that feel safe and welcoming. The public generally want the same, and people rough sleeping aren't there to disturb the peace, they're there just to feel safe themselves. And that's why this is so difficult, because who are public spaces actually for? And if people aren't guaranteed a home, is it fair to make
Something
public
trained 30
spaces
years ago.
hostile?
Proper
Ideally, people
religious
shouldn't
type.
need to sleep on a
Parents were
bench
proper
in the
religious.
first place.
She grew up proper
Places
quite
like
religious.
Islington, which
And
is
always
not
try and
fair,
like swear,
have pretty
like
inclusive
try
design
this,
guidelines,
because
which
then
seem
you
pretty
will
effective
truly
at
believe in
stopping
God.
hostile
You say
architecture
you have
from
an
popping up.
epiphany,
We could try
and
and
have an
implement this
epiphany after
everywhere.
this shit.
We could
Trust
also
me.
campaign
And she was
or
always scared to try
volunteer
shit
or
out.
help
I'm
support
like, yeah,
people
but
who do.
trust me, God
Like
wants you to
Crisis,
try
who
this. It's
do the
part of the
research
plan.
and are in a position
Plan
to
for a
tackle it
reason.
from all angles.
And she
If
never
this
would.
video makes profit, I'm
But
going
I
to
guess
donate to
she's
Crisis,
just,
and if
I
you
don't
want to
know.
help out too, you can scan the QR code on screen.
She once said
or
to me,
click
oh,
the
I
link
went
down
to a
below.
fucking,
I don't usually ask people this, but since I'm already asking for things,
what was
if you
it,
want to
like a
support me,
sermon,
you can subscribe.
where they like,
Benches
you
are
got
really
the fucking
important
guy
bit
on
of social good
stage
that allow us to
trying to
just
get people
be
up to
outside
do
and around
miracles
other
and shit,
people.
and she was like,
I know
yeah,
the
I
solution
felt the
isn't
guy,
simple,
fucking,
but it's not
I felt him
impossible.
surge through me and all this shit, and I'm like, that's a load of
We should
bollocks,
think
like,
about how we can stop people
she's
from
like,
needing
yeah, I
to
felt
sleep
him
on
change
bench in
me
the
and
first
all
place.
this, and I'm like,
Because, well, I'm
okay,
on a bench.
okay.
I
And then she never talked to me after
but
that.
some people don't have options. And it doesn't need to be that way.
Probably just because she didn't believe in it. Years about the body.
Mainly,
It's all
it's
to
the
do with in your
London
head.
Eye. And you might think you know it.
It's all in your head. Why do you think our head is called a temple?
Thinks
Because what's
that they
inside
know
our
the
brain?
London Eye,
A temple of
but things are not as they seem.
like I said, you'll see that on DMT. You'll realise that your brain is the temple.
If you think that quite reasonably it owns the land that it sits
And
on,
like I said,
you are wrong.
you may think your brain's dying, but don't panic.
You're
You'll
wrong.
know at the back of your mind, I'm holding your hand.
Was a
Coming
Ferris
back in
wheel.
20 minutes.
You're still wrong.
Trust me, for some reason, you probably will say to yourself,
How
shit.
much rent
You'll
does it
see
pay?
yourself flat out your
How
body,
long
and for a second
has
you'll
it
feel like
got
shit, I'm
left?
dying. But then I'll
Are
say
you
to you,
going to
like,
find out?
telepathically,
Our story starts
it's
here
okay.
in 1972.
Just chill, just relax, and you probably will. Just
Where a
relax.
student called
Like I
David
said,
Marks, that's
you want to lie completely flat on the
who
sofa.
both happen to be
before I
living
do it.
together in a
I'll give it
spot
to
on
you,
disused property
and then
in
as you
Stockwell.
go
The
to
pair
pop
bonded over a
it,
love of socially
lie back,
conscious
then
architecture
blow
and started up
it.
an
Do you know what I'm
architectural
saying?
firm.
And then by the time you blow out, you won't even
So, in 1993, they were reading the
You'll just be in
Sunday Times
another
newspaper
world
and they
at
saw
that
an
point.
ad for a competition along the lines of designed.
But like I said, if you've had visions from like ketamine and stuff like that before,
to celebrate
this
the
produces
millennium.
the same
David
type of
Julia
visions
had
from
an idea
ketamine,
that
but
could blend
without the
their
liver
love
damage
of
that
social good
ketamine gives you.
with the world's love
Because
of capitalism.
ketamine, your body
London
doesn't
didn't
need it,
have as many
whereas
tall
DMT,
buildings
your
back
body
then,
naturally
so the
needs it.
social good
So
aspect
it's the
came from
difference.
giving people a good view of the city from above. They didn't want it to be a tower though, because then it would be compared to the Eiffel Tower.
I don't know why I can't see my comments.
Meaning
Maybe it's
London
working
Eye
now.
is only supported on one. And this not Ferris wheel would be located in.
I don't know, mate. I don't really follow
Virginia didn't
football.
like the idea of that, so she convinced David that, well, no, look, theoretically, it should be on the South Bank. David and Julia entered their idea into the
Need a
competition,
coffee or
and
something
guess
to wake
who
you
won?
up.
No one. The judges decided that none of the ideas entered into the competition were good enough to win this theoretical future landmark
What I'll do
prize
is I'll
with
do
no
this
prize.
in one last bottle,
But by then,
like a normal
the
bottle,
wheels
so
were
you can
already
feel
in
like,
motion.
right,
At
this
this
is
point, David and Julia had kids at a
the
house,
last time
which they remortgaged the
I'm going to
house
feel
for the
like
kids
what it's going to
to
feel
set up
like
the
to feel
Millennium Wheel
normal.
Company. If only they knew
But
someone
then,
with money who
everything
could
I've
invest.
explained, like I said, just remain calm,
Luckily, a neighbour
just
was
let
found for British
go,
Airways, and they put in
just enjoy the
£600,000
ride,
to get the ball
don't
rolling.
fight
They
it,
started the process of actually
say
trying
to
to build the
yourself,
thing, where they were met with a wall
breathe
of
in,
opposition, including a
breathe
chap who
out.
said
Do you
that the
know what I mean?
Millennium
You'll be fine.
not Ferris wheel
100%.
would ruin London.
Like I said,
and that they should build
99%
it
of people
in
have
Cardiff instead.
incredible
In
experience.
1996,
And it's
they
just that
actually got
1% of
permission,
people that
and
have like
now they
psychosis
only needed
and
to
shit,
raise
or like
£85 million
paranoid
to actually
schizophrenia,
build
that
the
you're nuts
thing.
on it.
Whoa. British Airways, who are experts in getting things off the ground, and Two Swords, who make wax figures, invested most of the money, getting a third of the company each. And the thing actually got built. So the plan was actually to build it in London, keep it there for 5 years, then deconstruct it and move it somewhere else. There's this crazy photo of the thing being built. They shipped the parts over from the
Not
Netherlands,
from Sweden,
France,
not from
Italy,
the
and
UK,
Germany, then
and
sailed
America.
them down the Thames and assembled it flat. And then they pulled the whole thing upright like some big bicycle wheel. On their first go lifting it, one of the cables snapped. So Richard Branson, owner of Virgin Atlantic, threw a big balloon over the top, saying, BA can't get it up.
BA can't get
Well,
it up.
all eyes were on it for its launch at the end of 1999.
What a joke.
But it wasn't
Because he's
actually
got a
to open to the
balloon,
public
he can
then,
get
even
that
though they
up.
launched fireworks
He's
on
like,
the
BA
New
can't
Year's
get it
Eve.
up.
It
That's
didn't
a
open to the
bonus
public
joke.
until March 2000.
Brilliant.
But it was only supposed to be around
You're
for
right.
5 years, so why is it still here?
It's made by
Well,
British
everyone
Airways.
thought it was a sight for sore eyes, but the crowds
The London Eye is made by British Airways.
3.5 million
The people who
people
make
visited
the
in the
airplanes,
first year
yeah.
alone, making
Well,
it London's
people who
biggest
rent the
tourist
planes.
attraction. Why stop a good thing? Well, for once, everyone agreed, and Lambeth Council granted it permanent status in 2002.
So it's what's been there ever since.
At least in theory, because you see, the thing that
You've never
complicates
been
is
on
they
the
don't actually own the
It's
land
like-
that it sits on.
Probably
Now's the time to talk about
one of
rent.
the biggest
Part
Ferris
of the land
wheels.
the London Eye
One of the
sits
biggest
on
Ferris
is
wheels in
owned
the whole of
by
the UK.
this, the South Bank Centre.
You can
which is a
literally
short
see,
walk
when you get to the
down
top of
Thames.
the-
And once they saw how
top
much
of it,
money this thing was raking in,
Yeah,
they stopped
you can
seeing
literally see the whole
eye
of
to
it.
eye. The
Beautiful.
South Bank Centre, allegedly, proposed a rent increase from £65,000 a year to £2.5 million.
Wow.
Great
So they
British
wanted a
pounds
rent
every
increase
year.
of 65,000 a year to
They
2.1
did
million.
deny this figure.
Where did
but
they get
at the
that
same
figure
time,
from?
They said that charity, they're
65
entitled to
grand
fair market
rent per
of
year
which
to
£65,000
1.2
a
million.
year. So
Fuck.
this spot making that much profit was not fair. Things went round and round, literally apart from where they needed to stop for accessibility reasons or overnight, until 2006 when the mayor stepped in and helped them sign a 25-year lease agreement. Rent was set at £500,000 a year to the South Bank Centre, and David and Julia agreed that 1% of turnover every year would be donated to
14
local
million so
projects.
far. Oh,
Not too
and to
bad
be
for London,
donated to local
Merlin
projects.
Entertainment,
Yeah.
who by then owned local attractions, including the Two Swords Group, bought British Airways share, and then bought David and Julia's share for a reported £10 million. And rather than paying rent annually, Merlin decided to pay the whole 25-year lease up front
So
to
Merlin
get a
bought out
discounted
British
rate.
Airways.
Since then, it's been the EDF Energy London Eye,
Yeah.
the Coca-Cola London Eye, and now the lastminute.com London Eye. I'm rooting for Specsavers next. And just like that, David and Julia's mission was complete. London had a big wheel. Yippee!
Really?
So, how long has the thing got left then? Well, it's now 2026. Planning permission was due to expire in 2028, and the lease is due to expire in 2031. But the London Eye still gets 3.5 million visitors every year, and makes over £100 million a year. It's also a key part of the city's identity. So, unsurprisingly, the council had their eye on the ball, and in 2024 gave them permanent planning permission, removing all of those hurdles. The council also said they'd step in to help with rent negotiations, helping to ensure the future of the London Eye, and making sure that everyone was a winner, apart from anyone who turns up on the date and buys the tickets, which is £39 per person. I know people like to dunk on the London Eye. Yes, it's expensive, and yes,
Like I said
it's
to you
basically
before,
a massive Ferris
it is.
wheel, but at the same time,
Blow
it's
the
got a
carbon
really
dioxide out
impressive
your
story
body for
behind
like
it.
20
David and
seconds.
Julia went from squatting in a house in
Then take
Stockwell
one big breath
to
in.
building this in
Then
almost
do
the
it.
same time as it's been there today. And
Or do
despite
that
being
just before you
frequently
do the
labelled
DMT.
as unimaginative, I would say it's pretty imaginative to think that you could realistically build a 450-foot cantilevered observation wheel
450 feet high, that's how high it
Houses
is.
of Parliament.
It's higher than Parliament.
From ruining London's skyline to being
Look how
one
big
of
it
the
is.
most
It's massive.
parts of it. And unlike other temporary
It's like the size of
landmarks in London, like the Marble Arch Mound, it
skyscraper.
looks like the London Eye is here to stay. Just like the Eiffel Tower, built and then just never unbuilt.
Yep, that's very
That's
true.
pretty cool.
The Eiffel Tower was actually built
Happy New Year,
as
guys.
a spectacle to say it could be done, and it's going to be taken down after the World's Fair, and they loved it that much they kept it up.
Freezing.
And it actually was
You know,
originally
film this on a
green
warm and sunny
until
day.
over the years it's
And I
rusted.
watched it back and I just
And gone like the colour it has
It's
now.
sunny when I'm on the wheel. Also,
Same as the,
one of things is missing, top right.
Empire
It's
State,
insane.
not Empire State Building, the Statue of Liberty. It used to be like a
This
copper
is a
colour,
map of all of the world's
but now it's gone
telephone
green
country
because of the
codes. You might
oxidisation
even recognise
of
the
the
logo, but it doesn't make sense because if every country has a country
oxygen.
code, why are the US and Canada both number one? If there's a number 1 and a number 7, why is there no 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, or 9? Why is Greenland grouped in with Africa? Why was France 33rd in line for country code? And why was the UK 44th? How did they even decide what countries were even countries? Like Taiwan, who say they're an independent country, but China says they're part of China. Is it political? Is it to do with cables? Only one way to find out.
Last time, Doug, you
The story starts in mysterious buildings, like this one. At first glance, it looks like maybe an office building. But then you look closer and you see that their front door isn't actually a door. And some of their windows aren't windows. And that this is, in fact, Euston Telephone Exchange. Before international calls were automated, you'd need to call an operator. Until then, you were trying to call. Can you tell me what happened next? These guys would link up with them manually using copper cables, sometimes via several other countries, and you'd be on a very, very noisy international call in no time. I'm gonna hang up now. And this worked well. Until about 1956, when they put a big cable at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, connecting the UK and the USA. Suddenly, everyone wanted to call everyone, not just locally, but all around the world, all of the time. And connecting all of these calls manually started to look like a silly idea. Luckily, there was already a great system rolling out in the UK in 1958 called Subscriber Trunk Dialing, or STD. The US also had STDs in 1958, but they decided to call it Direct Distance Dialing, or DDD, disappointingly. This meant that callers could dial a number consisting of an area code and a subscriber number and be automatically connected to another phone. The most practical way to automate international calls would then be to add another area code onto the start of each number. But cooperation isn't always the world's strong point. So who was going to decide who got what number? Luckily, there was already an organisation that was good at things like this. It was called the International Telecommunications Union, or ITU, founded in 1865 by a bunch of European countries to deal with telecom things, and by this point, part of the UN. And also kind of unrelated to the big telecoms tower behind me. The ITU was suggested, and no one had a better idea, so everyone agreed. And they got to work deciding what numbers. We need the map for this bit. They split the world into areas based on existing telecommunication systems, the cables and all that, which loosely correlated to continents, but also took into account some political history
My
too.
dog's new collar
The
today,
US
look.
and Canada already had a numbering plan.
That's well
They
nice.
called the North American Numbering Plan, where all of the numbers started
They
with a
got two
1.
as well.
So they got to keep that.
It's got nice
We'll come
inside
back
as
to
well.
that. Then, geographically left to right, the continent called Africa got number 2, which they subdivided
Yeah,
so
we've
each
got both of
country
these
got
for
2
10.
digits or 3.
But they're really
Europe
well
had
engraved.
quite a lot of big and powerful countries, so they were assigned 3 and 4, so there was more space for more countries to have 2-digit country codes. Then things appeared to go in the opposite direction. Over to South and Central America, who got 5, also subdivided. Over to Southeast Asia and Oceania, who got 6, subdivided.
Cool.
Then Russia and neighbouring regions, which was then the USSR, at 7. Across to East Asia and Southeast Asia at 8, subdivided. And West, Central and South Asia, who got 9, subdivided.
But yeah, it's a nice collar.
We'll now know officially why each zone got each number. I mean, if they turned around to countries and said, we gave you this number because we don't think you're very cool, countries probably wouldn't be that happy about it. But one popular theory suggests that 3 and 4 were lower numbers, and at the top of the rotary phones, and therefore they were more desirable. Maybe Europe wanted them. But I can't find any actual evidence of that. So while they decided on the zones, deciding who got put
Yeah,
in
nice
what
colour.
zone was not going to be easy.
You can see
As
I've
they're
got
about to
two.
find out. Greenland is in the continent of North America geographically, but
Really nice.
politically it's been part of the
There's
Kingdom
gold
of Denmark in Europe
accents
since
on it as well.
986. So
Yeah.
naturally its country code is 2. For
Here as
Africa.
well.
Europe was simply
Even the way it's
rather
done,
full,
the
and
leather
Greenland
here,
didn't
the
have
leather
existing
here.
phone connections
Yeah, it's
that
really
North
nice. I
America
got 2 of
or
these
Europe.
for 20 quid.
Africa had space
And
on it,
they
it's
came
tagged in on the end at
engraved
299.
as
It's a
well.
similar case with the Faroe Islands at 298. The British Indian Ocean Territory is
Yeah,
sort of
good bargain.
Africa adjacent. Politically it's British, which is
I've
Zone
got a
4,
red and black
but the
one
island
for
directly
him as
above
well.
it is part of Zone 9. In this case, it wasn't really integrated with anywhere. So again, they put it with Africa in Zone 2 because it
Not
had
really
space.
bothered, is he,
But
with
no
his,
one really uses it because it
this
doesn't
one?
have a
Yeah,
civilian
mine.
population. 297 sits all the way over here, surrounded by 1s and 5s. This one's Aruba. It used to be part of the Netherlands Antilles, a former Dutch
But no, I was going to say,
Caribbean
grab
territory,
the.
which used 599.
I was going to say,
When
either
Aruba became its own telecommunication system, it got its own
Put
country
that.
code. Again, Africa had space, so it was
Fluffy
assigned
night,
297.
and
And
just
this is
lie
one of
back
the easier
there.
political changes
Or
to
get the
manage
duvet
country
in the
codes.
kitchen and
Sometimes
just
the
put
world
it there so you
changes.
can lie
The
back on
collapse
it.
of the
That'd be
Soviet
easy for
Union
you.
caused quite a kerfuffle. In fact, when the
I think
Soviet
if you
Union
put the fluffy
collapsed,
night in,
almost everyone
then I
was
just
to
do
be reassigned
not
to a
that.
new zone. Most going to 3 with Europe, or 9 with West, Central, and South Asia. But Kazakhstan's network was so tied up with Russia's that changing all of the numbers would have just
You
been
don't
a
feel like you
nightmare.
just float into
So
like,
7 is shared between just
You know
Russia and
you feel
Kazakhstan.
like you just float into your brain.
Oh my God.
It's weird the way I can explain it to you.
Country codes do help us stay in touch with the rest of the world, but they don't help us stay connected to the internet when we travel without paying ridiculous rates. The same can't be said about today's sponsor, eSIM.io. All you got to do is download the app, tell them where you're going, select your package, and install your eSIM. They offer time-based data plans, or with a
You should
pay-as-you-go
actually
option,
pick
if
this
you've got
up.
balance left
Yeah,
over
how's
at the end of
it
your
feel?
trip, you can use it on your
I
next
bet
trip.
it's because I
And
think
with their
they're
one
extra
SIM feature, you don't need to install a new SIM every time you buy a new package. You install one SIM, keep it for life, and your app switches automatically between over 190 countries. That's great for short trips and stopovers. If you're interested, visit their website or download their app from the link in the description. Oh, and they just said that you can use the code LOOP5 at checkout to get a bonus on your balance. Thanks, guys. In fact, even deciding what countries were actually countries is proving tricky, because giving a country code pretty strongly implied that it was an independent country. Here are some examples for you to watch from your country. Taiwan says that it's an independent country, but China says that it's part of China. That's why this isn't the Taiwan embassy in London, it's the Taipei representative's office in London. That's a tricky one for a system that's supposed to represent every single person on the planet to figure out. The ITU couldn't list Taiwan as a sovereign country without taking sides. But Taiwan does have a separate telecoms network to China. So the ITU gave it the code 886, but listed it as Taiwan, China. This allowed it to get its own independent country code without recognizing its autonomy. And when Kosovo declared independence from Serbia in 2008, it wasn't universally recognized, but they did have their own telecoms network. For years, Kosovo is forced to use different countries' country codes. Serbia's, a bit awkwardly, Slovenia's, and Monaco's. In 2016, it was agreed that the ITU would issue 383 to Kosovo without recognising it as a sovereign state, just a separate telecoms network. So now that we know the zones and who actually needs country codes, how do we decide who gets what number within each zone? Very good question. Well, to start, larger countries got smaller country codes, and smaller countries got larger country codes.
How nice
This
is
is the only
that?
way to ensure that everyone got a country
It is
code,
pretty
but
shit.
the majority of phone numbers were as short
I
as
can imagine you
possible.
going to bed and you'd be like, yeah, I don't
Again,
need to
despite
do
what
anything.
Reddit says, there is no official reasoning. Believe me, I've looked. But of the original country codes published in 1960, only 6 countries still use the original code. Those are the United Kingdom,
Move that
France,
pillow like
Italy, Germany,
Right that way.
Sweden, and Greece. And some theorise that they hung on to these for a reason. One popular theory is that 33 and 44 were the most desirable numbers in the European zone because they were the same number twice and therefore easier to remember. Wait, didn't I say I was going to talk more about the North American numbering plan? Oh yeah! The North American numbering plan was around before the ITU's country codes, but not everyone was a fan. Even though it looks like the US and Canada are just number 1, if you look down here, you can see that the number 1 is actually followed by an area code. This meant that each state got its own unique code, but also that all the other countries in the North American numbering plan also got their own code. Not everyone wanted in though. St. Pierre and Miquelon are in
What
North
do you
America
dog
geographically, but politically,
What do you
they're
dog?
French. They didn't want to join the North American numbering plan, but
Sick.
it also didn't make sense to put them under
And they
France's
got a red and
domestic
black one as
code.
well.
So they grouped them in with the rest of the Americas in Zone 5. I think it's time for a quick fire round.
Teddy,
Hi there.
can you come here, mate, so I can take your harness off?
No,
Are you too
no
tired?
country is allowed to own any part of Antarctica, so each base just uses the code of the country that runs
Yeah,
it.
shit. Teddy, can you come here, please? I'll have to ask you 3
It
times.
does. 379.
Can you
But
come
most
here,
codes go through
please?
Italy's
Teddy,
39.
I need to take your harness off. Come here.
We're not
Come
trying
here.
to necessarily get numbers based on where they are
Teddy.
geographically, but more to do with
Teddy.
their telecoms network.
Teddy.
So, for example, Guam, all the way
You
over
lazy
here,
shit.
is part of the North American
Come here.
numbering plan because the US set up their networks.
Teddy.
But French Polynesia over
Teddy.
here is 689 because they were
Come here.
networks.
Come here.
No,
Come
they're
here.
still alive, but they
Come
can't keep
here.
existing, like 37 for East Germany,
Come here.
38 for Yugoslavia, and 42
Teddy, come
for
here.
Slovakia, countries which also stopped
Come
existing.
here.
Are we almost finished talking about country
Teddy,
codes?
come here, please.
Maybe. But what's next for country codes? There's been a few developments
Teddy,
that
come here.
with each other over the years.
Here.
Over in Zone 8,
I'll
there's a
come
whole
to you.
experimental special services set that went down about as well as Windows Phone did. 800 is the Universal International Free Phone Service, which was supposed to be a single toll-free number you could dial from any country. But this was confusing for both carriers and callers, so people just used the local ones instead, like 0800 in the UK or 1-800 in North America. 870 is for global satellite phones, and 878 was an ambitious idea for a global personal number you kept for life, which sounds about as convenient as it does inconvenient. It's basically dead now. But something that did catch on was VoIP, which is basically calling people using the internet rather than traditional phone infrastructure, like Wi-Fi calling, WhatsApp calling, or even video calling. None of these technically even require a phone number. So are country codes on their way out? Probably not. In 1997, the ITU issued new guidance reframing phone numbers
Teddy.
from instructions for a physical line to being more like names, a way of really easily identifying who was calling you no matter where they are in the world. This was a pretty massive change because it meant you no longer needed to have a physical line to have a phone number. So today, while a lot of the original wires and switches are gone, our phone numbers still work. We keep country codes and phone
Yeah.
numbers, not because we really need them, but because we understand them already, and changing the system would just be a lot of admin. Telephone exchanges like this one don't just connect our phones anymore, but our internet too. Different technology, same idea, and probably here to stay, I would imagine. In all seriousness, what is absolutely mad is that the whole world
It's got a
managed to
heated
band together
blanket.
and create a system which has been
You know,
used
like
for
when
decades.
we have a heated duvet
Every country has a
or like
country
heated
code. No
under
country has ever opted out
thing, and
or
then you
come
put
up with a
the
different
thing at the
system.
top. He's
Looking
got
at
one
a
under
map
his
of country
bed.
codes, you're not just looking at a
So in the
guide,
winter I can
but
put it on and
potentially
it's
one of
nice
the
and
most
toasty.
impressive political compromises of all time. It represents a globalized
It's only a
world
single one.
and an overwhelming
I
desire
just got a single
to
one,
connect.
and then his
That
bed's like
isn't
this big, and then I just flipped it, half the single side on this side, and then the other half on the other side, and then flipped it, and like a sandwich. So,
This self-proclaimed religious leader was just arrested by the FBI after allegedly running a nationwide forced labor operation that profited him over $50 million over the course of a decade. And this is all while his victims were working without pay in call centers across 4 states and lived under what federal agents called slave-like conditions.
2 church leaders with ties to Tampa are facing federal charges tonight. They're at the center of what investigators are calling a multi-million-dollar conspiracy involving money laundering, forced labor, and abuse.
But you may be asking, how did we get here? Well, it is quite the wild story, because what started as a small ministry in Michigan ended up turning into one of the most shocking human trafficking cases the FBI has seen in years. And when federal agents conducted raids across multiple
you see everything is spot. So you have corner, spot, corner, spot, corner, spot, corner, spot, corner, spot. Make sure you get every little corner. I can make it go in a straight line throughout the whole thing if I wanted to, but it's different modes. You've got like corner mode like this, which is what it's doing now. Making sure it's get every cranny as it goes round. You watch as it goes round the corner, like watch. Chose to go the other way. Teddy, don't worry. It's not going to eat you. Teddy, stop being a pussy, bro. It's weird when it goes on your feet as well. Like it goes along your feet, it sweeps your feet. If you let it, it will clean your feet. Or it'll go around you instead of obstacle avoidance. Look at this, look. Look how beautiful these dogs are. You think when you're giving a dog all this random food, you're keeping the dog wild, because he's always eating wild food. All different types of wild food, do you know what I mean? Imagine you walk into that guy's house and all you hear is, yes, and then the dogs get set on you. Because every time they go to eat, before he lets them eat, he always goes, yes, and then they eat. But imagine walking into that guy's house, he's got those 3 dogs, and then all you hear as you break in is, yes. You got dogs coming after you, mate. Trying to eat you. But yeah, would you get one of those for your house? Say, just because look, saves me bending down to do the hoovering all the time. Like, it's strenuous on my back all the time. When that is just like hands-free. And you just control it from your phone. All from your phone. If you put it on normal, it will last 2 hours. If you put it on boost, it will last an hour and a half. And if you put it on high, it will last an hour. It's still good. But obviously you want to put it on boost for like dog hairs and stuff. Oh, good, man. That's a beautiful dog. The colours. I like the collar as well, it goes with it. Squash that down, gone. While dribbling. I think he's struggling to eat it, to be honest. Compared to the other dog. But gets bare views though, just feeding his dogs. Millions of views just feeding his dogs. Well, easy money, isn't it? I could do the same with him, with the cat watcher, get him a massive selection, start filming him every time he eats. I'll be like, you were my inspiration. I guarantee if they've got followers of his, they're like him. It's usually. So I hit that in one.
Wait. Yes.
Oh, that still works.
Post shirt, and of course you get hoodies and stickers and posters and everything, but very limited, very cool design, showing the Hand Machine Ghost, which is a phone addict basically. That's the translation, because a hand machine is a phone in Chinese, and a Kong is an addict or ghost or whatever. So this guy is the Hand Machine Ghost, and his soul is being sucked out to the algorithm, even in his dying breath. So addictive.
Completely AI free,
no AI,
in-house artist.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. It's beautiful. I'll tell you what, this is one of the most successful campaigns we've had, and we're winding down here, so this is your last chance to pick it up.
Yeah,
I would get as many as you can, as many as you want. You're going to help us out. You're going to start a conversation. People have been sending us emails and DMs, and the Discord has done a likes with all these people talking about their experiences wearing the shirt. And people have walked up to them and said, "Where did you get that? What is that? That's so cool."
Yeah.
I think it's very rare in this day and age where everyone's literally glued to their phones to actually notice something like that.
Yeah.
Because it's a conversation starter.
For sure.
This is amazing. It's not coming back.
Yeah, please check it out.
Pick it up.
Yeah, I love mine.
Yeah, link down below in the pinned comment or description.
Mhm.
It's in the ChinaShow.threadless.com.
Here it is, thechinashow.threadless.com. Go pick yours up now.
Oh. But you didn't even notice that.
Nice. Okay, now soft power. Now we're going to get into the main topic of
Right
how
underneath
China
that.
basically wants everybody to have kids.
Yes, so we'll run you through a brief history here, but I think people forget, I think especially in this day and age with like short form media, there's very little attention spans, very short attention spans. They forget that China has done so much, probably the most, in terms of trying to manipulate the birth rates or the procreation of their own citizens.
Yeah.
It's to an extent that's never been seen in history, period.
Yeah.
And it didn't stop. They just changed the way they're doing it, and it's just as outlandish now as it was before, just in the opposite direction.
Correct.
So we want to run you through a quick timeline here. Basically, what happened was China was a country that ran on dynasties.
Yes.
The dynasty stopped and it tried to do some sort of modern style government under what's called the Kuomintang, the KMT. Those are the people that ran away to Taiwan after they lost the Civil War.
Yes.
The people that took over China in 1949 were the Communist Party of China, led by lovely Chairman Mao Zedong, killed 80 million of his own people.
Yeah, horrible man.
Really, truly diabolical.
Worse than Hitler and Stalin combined.
So bad.
Yeah.
But somehow people don't give him enough credit because somehow.
Yeah, he's still on the money.
He's on the currency.
It's as if Hitler was on the German Deutschmark or whatever.
On the euro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Germany is especially euro. It's Hitler.
Yeah, that's it. Like Russia has Stalin.
Yeah. You don't get that, right? It doesn't make sense.
No.
But somehow China gets a free pass.
Yeah, it's weird.
But what happened was actually Chairman Mao, his prerogative when he entered the political sphere was to catch up to the Soviet Union. He was utterly obsessed with the Soviet Union because I don't know if you guys know, if you're a bit younger, but there was two styles of like the way the world was going post World War II.
Yeah.
And it was like you go west, young man, right? And you have democracies. Yes.
I was peaceful there.
You have liberal democracies. You have allies, right? You have these countries that kind of generally have their best, their friends' best interests in mind. And then you had the communists, and you had the Soviet states, and you had the communist countries.
Yeah.
And their idea was to make sure communism spreads across the rest of the world.
Yeah, just like all the influences these days.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to Hanson.
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny. It's very funny how that's occurred. Now, Chairman Mao said, yes, I'm a communist country, just like the Soviet Union, but he was utterly obsessed with being better than or catching up with the Soviet Union.
Drink before you do
The
it.
production quotas, their grain
Drink
output,
before
he
you
would
do it.
obsessively, like almost OCD, look at the output of what the Soviet Union was doing and saying, we have to do that too.
Yes.
So his utter
Do you
prerogative
want
in the
to have
beginning
a
was to
drink
make sure
before
that
you do your
China
DMT?
was a
Your
very
Not
populated
an
nation. So
not an
there was
alcoholic
huge
drink, just to
incentives
wet the whistle.
in the beginning, and it was almost a form of nationalism to make sure that people had as many births as possible.
Yeah, they would give rewards to like the peasants.
But
Basically,
you
the
get
more,
ration
yeah,
tickets.
exactly. The more kids you have, the more rewarded you were.
Yeah, and his idea was that if we're going to lose a ton of people in a future war, we have tons of fodder.
Yeah.
A bunch of meat.
Yeah.
To go to war. Right?
That's right.
You saw what he did in Korea, right? That kind of played out, and how many millions of soldiers were lost in Korea to defend North Korea, which really had very little benefit for China.
Yeah.
Right. It was almost like a bragging right. We can send all these people that I've created.
Yeah,
into this war.
that's
mission,
true.
Right.
True.
So it started out by trying to make as many people as possible. Yeah, China's first instinct wasn't to stop birth; it was to celebrate them.
Yeah.
Chairman Mao said China will be strong if it has more people, and you did. You saw a massive uptick in the birth rates.
That's correct.
Huge population explosion. In fact, the country couldn't support it.
Yeah, I mean, people were dying. So
He was shipping grain
Yes.
to the Soviet Union, saying that they had surpluses.
Yeah.
So, in the 70s, there was a big turnaround because leadership looked at this and said, crap, we have like hundreds of millions of people we can't support. This is bad.
Yep.
This Mao idea, turns out having a dictator that just grand sweeping changes is not actually good for a country usually.
Yeah, kind of like what Xi Jinping's doing.
Correct. It's just in a different way.
Yeah.
Right? So there was a big turn.
Cool,
There's this phrase that China started to use, which was called later, longer, and fewer. So you wait later in life
And then
to have
you-
kids. So maybe instead of having your first child at 21,
Yeah.
you have your first child at 30.
That's just doing that by hand.
You wait longer to get married to procreate, and you have fewer children.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a psychological campaign to be like, hey, it's all our duty to kind of rein in this mistake without saying it was a mistake.
Sure.
They can't be like, yo, Mao was wrong.
Yeah, the thing is, here's the big thing is, those propaganda slogans they put up in the villages or whatever, they stay up there forever. Like they're
Time capsule.
like when we used to go through the countryside, we
Yeah.
would still see Cultural Revolution.
Yeah.
From back in the day, from the 60s and the 50s, we'd still see the slogans painted on the walls. It faded.
One of the last things a few days before I left China was to see those slogans actually in just a regular house, and it said like "kill the capitalists." That's still up there.
Yeah, it's still up there. So when they put all the have lots of kids slogans, I bet you those stayed up even when they put this, so people are still having kids even though they changed.
There's no internet.
Because they're not going on, they don't care
No.
about maintenance. They put one thing up there, they leave it for decades.
That's absolutely correct.
You know what I mean?
But so there was a bit of a decline in fertility here, but it wasn't like the sinister stuff you heard about later.
Yeah.
This was more of like, how do we get the average person, Lao Bai Xing, that's what the average people in China are called, the old 100 names.
Yes.
How do we get the old hundreds names behind this idea that we need to have less kids, right?
Yes.
This is what they started. So this is before the whole one-child policy, right?
If you don't know it,
So this is when the one-child policy began. It was in 1979 and 1980. It was kind of just slammed
This is the
down.
AI
They go,
visualization
you are
video
not
I'll show
allowed to
you."
have more than one child.
so you can see if you like or not. But I'll put it on with the sound, and then I'll put it on without the sound and see if you prefer it. But to be fair, I don't think you'll need sound because, like I said, when you do DMT, if you hear entities talk back to you, you're going to want to understand what they're saying, aren't you? And if you've got music in the background, you're not going to be able to understand, are you? So it makes sense. AI visualization. Imagine you're just staring into this, and it just goes on, 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 on. But it's cool to watch because it's just everlasting. It's just always something it's always something going into something else, and then going into something else. But this is what DMT is like. It's a bit like this. Stuff constantly shape shifting like this. No, if you see shit like this, you won't know. You won't think you're going to hell. You probably think you're going to heaven. But like I said, at any point, it causes you to have a near-death experience. So for a second or two, you may think you are dead because you probably will see yourself float out of your body for the first ever time, and that freaked me right out. But then I was like, hang on a sec, I've just taken DMT. Calm down. And I was like, and like I said, I was fine. Because I was like, hang on a sec, I'm not dead. I was literally here a second ago. Like, do you know what I mean? You still got your memories. But imagine just looking at this while you're doing it. With the lights off. Just staring at this. But on mute. So you do the stuff and you watch that as you're doing it. And to be fair, when you go to hit it, you'll know if it hits you. Because that shit will change rapidly. Like it will shapeshift and be better than that. You'll probably see it like shape shift into the wall or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's just therapeutic to watch. Just because it goes on for about 4 hours. But imagine if this is what hyperspace was like. It's so surreal, isn't it? because of that, or it's not wired in. Still doesn't work. What have we got on the main? Some button on this. 10%. 9%. There we go. Why is it not fucking working? Oh, yeah, boy. Doesn't like it. Have to fix that actually. Maybe because it only takes one power thing source at a time, I don't know. Yeah, it's not like it, no matter what I do. What about if I do this? That'll work. Stay on. That's the work. That one's to stay on. There we go. Beautiful. That's what I think charge the people. I think it is, yeah. I was gonna say that when I did DMT, I did it like in silence, but obviously, like, that's nice and cool for a minute. But yeah, it's a completely different experience from in nature in the daytime to obviously completely at night time. Because in the daytime, you're subject to the nature around you, like subliminally, and you take it all in, whereas at night time you're just subjected to your own mind. It's just you and your mind and nothing else. Do my last thing out and then I shall know you. And like I said to my friend, this will either be the best feeling in the world or the worst thing that you never want to do again. But I guarantee it won't be the second one. like I said, when I gave it to a guy who was 40 and he'd done crack and heroin, and he was like, yeah, that's the best thing I've ever taken. I'm like, really? Try this. Now, what'd you rate it? He came back after about 10 minutes. 12 out of 10. I'm like, yes, that's what I like to hear. Completely obliterated his mind, mate. You didn't know what to expect. But watch how hard I hit it, remember? Yeah. So that was 20 seconds. Holding it. So you can hold it in for that long. Well, how long can you hold your breath for? Yeah. How long can you hold your breath for? Have you ever timed yourself? No. So you've never timed yourself seeing how long you can breathe underwater for? I have. The longest I've been able to breathe underwater for is 1:50. Full of milk or half? Well, obviously, glass half full, right? Rather than a glass half empty. If you get what I'm saying. It's a bit like this on DMT. Look at the TV. This is what it is like. I shit you not. Look how everything is changing rapidly. Look at it, and you tell me when you come back in the room in a minute that it wasn't like that. Everything was changing so quick you didn't know what to look at, because there's so much to look at. But look how everything is shape-shifting and changing. See the face, see the moon, see the planets. Do you know what I mean? It's literally like this. So I'm just trying to give you a visualization to make you understand, so then when it does hit you, you know what to expect and don't freak out. And if you see shit like this rapidly changing, you know, oh, I've just seen that on YouTube. If you're still with it, that is at that point. But yeah, it's like this. No word of a lie. Is there any sound to this? Yeah, there is. No. It's pretty, though, isn't it? Imagine it, that's what I mean. You can understand why I thought DMT was so pretty. It was a bit like this. You may see a realm like this, where it's not constantly shifting as much. You know what I mean? Basically, your brain will try and think up of places that it's never thought of before. So that most of the things you see on DMT, you'll think like, wow, that's alien. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. It'll blow your mind, trust me. First of all, it's going to get it blew my completely understanding of what you know in this world. And it will, trust me. I'm just preparing you the best way I can to make it so you don't freak out, so you sort of know what to expect. Like I said, if you ever had visions on ketamine when you were laying down, sleeping, or when you had your eyes shut, did you ever see the like fast visuals on ketamine when you had your eyes shut? At any point? Didn't, you had shit ketamine. Because you're meant to see vision straight away, trust me, when you lie down and shut your eyes. If you didn't, it was terrible stuff. You need to get to the higher. Like I said, it's veterinary, right? It's like shards of glass take 2 lines of it and you're like, whoa. But look at that. Look at the eyes. Looking back at you. Imagine if you saw something like that. What would you think? Would you think that's God looking back at you right now? Would you think it's someone trying to tell you something? Would you think they're trying to tell you a message? Would you think they're looking at you because they don't know who you are? A bit of everything. Because you're completely new to them, because you're new in their world. Do you know what I mean? Because you've never been to their world before, so they're probably interested in what you are and what you're about. They may ask you things, like I say. But I'll show you another like psychedelic tripping video. That's not really that like psychedelics. Like this is probably more like psychedelics. Yes, where it constantly changes as quick as this. And you'll see crocodiles, you'll see animals, all sorts. Your eyes won't know what you're looking at, so your eyes will try and decode what you've seen in your life. So if you see like a crocodile figure, you'll think it's a crocodile figure. You see an angel type figure, your brain will instantly think it's an angel type. Do you see what I'm saying? But most of the time, your brain will be really confused if you won't know what you're looking at. It's like this. You won't hear music like this though, but you'll see trippy shit like this constantly changing. Well, 100%. You might hear music, but like you might hear people talking in your head, or if you do hear yourself talking, it's you talking back to yourself. Because you can talk to yourself telepathically. They don't want you to know that, but you can. When you're in your head, deep, and you say something, you can hear your thought. You can hear yourself say it back, and you're like, what? You're like, you hear yourself twice, it's weird. But yeah, imagine that type of shit. Or like, look at this, mandala type style. This is more like probably what you'll see. Because you'll see a lot of fractal patterns, apparently, which are geometric shapes. Triangles, circles, rectangles, shit like this. This is probably, if you don't take enough and you don't cross through to the other side, you'll just see geometric patterns and shapes like this. But depending on how much I give you, you may see a lot more like this. But most of the time you'll see shit like this, which is quite pretty. And it almost shows you how we're constantly evolving. It shows you how powerful your mind really is. Because as a human being, you think, we go to sleep, we work, get up, do the same thing, and that's it. Do you know what I mean? Other than dreaming. We think this is it. But there's way more to life than meets the eye, trust me. I'll do this last bong and then I'll load it through because I've got to weigh it on the scales to make sure I give you the right amount. I don't want to give you too much. I want to make sure it's perfect. Well, I've only got 1.2 grams anyway, so I just need to take 0.3 off that. 30 milligrams for your first experience is more than enough. To have an ego death is truly where you think you're dead and then you come back and you're so thankful to be alive again. That's like maybe 50 milligrams. I'm going to give you the same dose that I had when I first existed, 30 milligrams. No, it's not. I ain't LGBT. This is a bit like DMT as well. You may see shit like this, like I said, fractals. It's called. Best way I can explain it. And then you'll realise fractals make up everything in this world. And then I mean, when they make a computer game, what do you think the computer game's made up of? To make the characters? Triangles. And they make enough triangles to make up the character of the game. Do you remember back in the days you saw Tomb Raider and she had triangle tits? Do you remember? Because the graphics. But it's because it's made with polygons, with triangles, and now the graphics are so good that you can barely see that they're triangles anymore because the graphics are so. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, you might see stuff like this. Or there's another guy. What to experience on your first trip of DMT? What to experience on your first trip of DMT? There you go. The first time I tried DMT, it changed reality.
Let me tell you the story. Let me tell you the story of how I first tried DMT and how that first experience changed my life and my experience of reality forever. For those that don't know, DMT is one of the most powerful psychedelics, and it is usually smoked or vaporized. When you mix it with other plants, you can consume it in a brew like ayahuasca. But if you want the pure DMT experience, usually it's smoked, and it usually lasts anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes.
There you go.
Very short, very intense.
Yeah.
Definitely not something to play with. I would not recommend it for any first timers who have not tried shrooms, who have not tried other psychedelics.
You've tried
My experience with DMT begins in Vancouver. And in Vancouver, I had a friend, and he had these vape pens with DMT cartridges. So it looked like a normal vape, but it was filled with DMT. I had never tried it, and I was very curious. I don't remember what brought me to it. Yeah, maybe I heard it on Joe Rogan, but I cannot be sure. Up until that point, I'd only tried acid once, had a beautiful experience, and I had tried shrooms, I think also just once.
Amazing.
Here I was,
Amazing.
about to try this DMT vape pen. So I buy it from the guy, I go home. I was living with roommates at the time, and it was a busy house, and it did not feel like the right environment to do it in. So what I did was, around 11 p.m., I drove my car to some quiet spot, and I parked it, I put on some good music, and in the bubble of the car, it's dark, it's parked on some obscure street, there's no one around.
He was in his car,
and I'm holding this DMT vape pen. The guy who sold it to me explained to me how you do it, which is you inhale, you breathe it in, and then you hold it in your lungs. So I did that. I put on some music, and I breathed it in. And what happened was so extraordinary for me, because I was able to see frequency and vibration. These are things I had read about in books like Abraham Hicks and a lot of these law of attraction books, a lot of esoteric texts. They talk about how reality is mental. It's made from the mind, it's made from energy, it's made from consciousness. and that it's all just frequency and vibration. But it's one thing to read about it and listen to the teachers and the gurus and the authors. It's a whole other thing to experience it yourself, first person, and to realize, oh my God, all these books were true. All the things that I suspected were true, my intuition was telling me it was true. It's all real. The easiest way I can describe it is that for a few minutes on DMT, I could perceive that reality was a hologram.
Did you hear that?
That it was an illusion, that it was maybe light, just solidified light. There was nothing really solid about reality. You know, up until that point, I had lived in a 3D tangible world, and I treated the world very, very solidly. And on this substance, I was seeing things that I cannot even describe. But it was not hallucinations. This is the thing that
It's not hallucination.
those who have not done any psychedelics might roll their eyes at, but it was not as if something was being made up, like some sort of mirage. It very much felt like a stripping away, like as if there was layers of reality, and the DMT briefly was allowing me to see beyond the veil.
Yeah.
And to see the raw source code of reality. This was the really cool part for me. I felt like I was looking at the code behind reality. And it's not like I saw zeros and ones, but I saw frequencies. And for example, I was looking at my phone. It was in a holder in the car. It was playing music. And as I was looking at this phone, I could see that the screen on the phone, it was made out of layers of light. And the little playhead on the Spotify was slowing down, like time was stretching.
Yeah, I remember
and
watching that. Seeing that.
It was the most wild thing to
Right.
see reality being molded and shifted in this way. Later on, when I had strong mushroom experiences and some more acid experiences, I experienced similar things. But for me, because DMT was so quick and so intense, it was truly a moment of revelation. Because in that moment, I saw the undeniable truth that reality was a hologram or some sort of dream.
Yeah.
None of it was real. It was all illusion. It all seemed to be made of consciousness, my consciousness, or perhaps one consciousness that we're all
Everyone's
sharing.
consciousness. We all share a consciousness.
And it showed me that reality was moldable, that you could stretch time and expand it. At one point, it seemed like the song I was playing on the phone was so stretched out that the little ticker on the Spotify wasn't even moving. It was just stuck still. It was insane. It was an insanely beautiful, mind-expanding experience for me. After that, all the books that I read, they meant so much more to me because I could relate it to my experience. When I would read about Maya and the illusion and vibration and how like attracts like and frequencies, it was no longer abstract concepts that someone was giving to me, and I had to believe in them. It was something I had experienced. For 5 minutes, for 10 minutes, I had been there. And I believe we're always there. I think what DMT does is it removes the filter. It's almost like we have the sober filter overlaid on reality.
Right.
Probably because we'd go a little bit nuts if we always had access to the DMT realm, or the ayahuasca realm, or the mushroom realm.
The DMT realm.
I see them all as interconnected. All roads lead to Rome. I think the brain puts up a protective filter of sorts, just to dampen down the frequencies a little bit, because there's a lot of frequencies out there, and I think the brain likes to just focus on a few specific frequencies that help us survive, that help you with your goals, and it kind of ignores all of the multitude of other frequencies out there.
Right.
But on DMT, and this was so unmistakable, on DMT, the filters are removed, and you get access to so much more frequency.
That's what you said.
And it's real. It feels more real than reality. It feels
more
more
real than
true
reality.
than anything that I've known in this normal 3D world. I should also mention, because I didn't mention this in the beginning, these vape pens are quite gentle, right? So if you're smoking DMT from a pipe, you're gone. I mean, you're not even here. And I would not do it in a car. So I do not recommend that.
Yeah, if you want to eat.
But when it's from a vape pen, one hit,
Yeah.
it kind of gets you in there.
Vape
And then if you take a second hit, you go a little bit deeper. So it's a hybrid reality.
But this.
And for the first time, it was perfect because I didn't have this catapulted to Mars experience. It was much more gentler, much more forgiving.
It's a much more gentler and forgiving.
And it gave me a hybrid experience. So I was able to see the car and see my phone and see reality and the trees outside, but from a DMT perspective. And that was incredible.
I don't even know how much I've got.
One of the most powerful experiences for me. It was a true before and after, you know. Before DMT, I don't know if I would have said I believe in magic or I believe in
Did you hear that?
manifestation or I believe in
manifestation.
the mystical and the woo-woo. After DMT,
Definitely.
be careful. You're going to go down a rabbit hole. If you're ever going to try this stuff, once your eyes are open to it, there's no going back. There's no going back.
He's warning
And that's good for me. I like that.
I like that.
It also, this was one thing that I want to mention. The moment I took that very first hit of DMT, I had a feeling, I had this epiphany of this is what I've been searching for.
And we were saying about epiphany?
Because all my life, I had been seeking something extraordinary, something non-ordinary, not of this world. Like, show me a UFO. Give me an astral projection experience. Give me an out-of-body experience. You know, I wanted to see something that would definitively prove to me that there was more to reality than meets the eye.
And there definitely is.
And I had not seen a UFO, and I had not had an out-of-body experience. I had had none of those mystical experiences that other people had talked about. And DMT was that very first one for me, where maybe acid was the beginning of it, but DMT was the turning point where I was like, oh shit, this is extraordinary. This is not ordinary reality. It's real though.
Yes,
it's true. It exists. I see it. I feel it. I can sense it. I can feel my consciousness permeating through this DMT realm. Or perhaps the DMT permeating through my consciousness. But it's not ordinary. And that to me was such an epiphany and such a beautiful moment to finally receive the gift that I've been asking the universe all my life. Show me something extraordinary.
That's what I'm saying.
Show me something that proves, we all want proof. Prove
right?
to me that manifestation works. Prove to me that aliens exist. And this to me was proof that there was more to reality than meets the eye. And it opened up a whole set of doors that led to shrooms and ayahuasca and also led to a proper DMT experience from the pipe, which is like even more intense and extraordinary on another level. So I'm extremely grateful to DMT because it did something for me that I thought I might never find. Well, anyway, I hope that story was entertaining. It's all true. If you're gonna try it, be very careful because it's not something to be played with. And make sure you have guidance. Make sure you have someone who explains how to use it properly. Make sure you have a good environment. Make sure you're safe. You know, even the way I did it in a car, although it was parked and it was completely stationary, even that is a little bit, you know,
Dodgy.
but you gotta be really careful with your
Yeah.
environment. So I'll leave you with this. For anyone out there who has not had their extraordinary experience, who has been asking to be shown the proof, who's been asking to be shown the invisible made visible, you know, I hope this inspires you. I hope this shows you that, yes, there are experiences like that, and you will receive them, and you can call them in. You can ask the universe to bring them to you. Literally speak aloud to reality.
Elevate your thought
Like
out.
if you're alone in your room right now,
You
just
exist.
speak to the ceiling
Like
and
you
say,
manifested. Like,
universe,
come to you,
bring me
and
an
know that
extraordinary
will show you the
experience.
most powerful thing
Show
in the
me
world.
beyond the limits of my reality. Show me more of what's possible. Take me down the rabbit hole. Show me something that I cannot explain. Show me a mystery of life. And if you say it sincerely and with intention, and you let it go, and you'll see, things will show up.
You see that? You
Things
just
will
let
show
it
up,
go.
and
You're
weeks
sincere
later,
with
months later,
intention.
you might go, oh shit, I'm having fucking crazy experiences. You know, if you are someone who wants to explore reality, and you have that burning curiosity to find out what is behind the veil, you want to see the source code of reality, make that intention even louder and clearer to the universe, and you will see. You will have it answered. Much love. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Today I want to share with you the top benefits of mushrooms, why they're such powerful tools that you can use in your life to improve yourself, to gain new insights, new ideas, and to help you live life and help you align with your highest destiny. So number one
I'm good, man.
is mushrooms tune you into your soul. It's like a
This guy went
recalibration.
right.
Taking
Trust me, I've done
shrooms is
mushrooms,
like having
they're
the
amazing.
best psychologist
Best
on the
organic drug you
planet,
could have ever
looking
tried.
inside
Ever
your
been.
mind, being able to see
And it's
every
100%
flaw
natural,
and
and
every
they just want to make
success
it illegal.
of your
Just
character,
because they want you,
and
they want you
being
having
able to gently
good time.
work with you and guide you and give you homework and heal certain parts of you
Did you
and
hear that? They heal certain parts.
illuminate other parts of you. It feels like someone just goes inside your mind and rearranges the furniture and makes it super neat and tidy.
Did you hear that?
Another metaphor I like to use is it's like someone goes into your hard drive and defragments it, and everything just falls into its proper place, and your mind is running more smoothly, faster, speedier. That's one of the benefits I find every time. Every time I do a
No,
trip,
I'm
it feels
sorting out for
like
her now.
someone tunes
What's
me
that
up.
was like?
you know?
She tried it, yeah.
The
So
next
now I'm sorting out for her
benefit
now.
is downloads and homework from the universe. I find that on every single mushroom trip, I will get insights about myself. I will get downloads from the universe about what I should be doing in life, the next steps I should take, homework that I should do to work on myself and to progress further in my character development. This type of homework and insights doesn't really come through words. It's not like a voice speaking to you during the trip. It comes through a knowing. I get flashes of
good luck.
images, flashes of insights. It's like when you
It's
have
like
an
good
epiphany.
luck.
The idea just comes fully
Guys, like,
formed
it's
in
a
your
sticky
mind.
one still.
I find that mushrooms
He's like, good
are,
luck.
they're also
He's like,
really
actually done it,
good
yeah. I'm
at
like, she's about to.
looking at what's been bothering you lately and giving you solutions to that. So if something's really been bugging me the whole week and I'm trying to resolve a problem with someone or something, the first half of the trip is usually working through all that bullshit. All of the stuff that I've been negatively feeling about will float up to the surface, and the mushrooms will shine a flashlight on it, and they're gonna get to work on it with me. That's the work. That's maybe the hard part of a mushroom trip. That's where you get the lectures and the insights and the lessons. And it might not be comfortable, but it is always helpful. And then the second half of the trip is usually where the mushrooms, they've done the work with you, you've healed some stuff, you've gotten homework to work on, And now the mushrooms show you timelines and possibilities and magic. What I mean by that is I usually start seeing what my dreams could look like or what they could come to fruition. It's like the mushrooms want to show me the highest version of myself, and they want to show me the possible timelines that I could reach if I keep doing the work, and if I keep doing the homework, and if I keep pursuing the path with the most courage. It's like I get a visual and feeling of the highest vibrational reality that I could reach. And this usually comes in the form of ideas for businesses, ideas on following my soul's calling, ideas on what my purpose is, on what I'm here to do, even ideas like to generate money. The mushrooms are not agnostic to giving you practical advice. I find that I've often received very practical ideas on business and money and entrepreneurship exactly when I've needed them. And other times they'll give you more spiritual lessons if that's what you most need to work on. The next benefit of mushrooms is that it stretches my idea of reality. The things that I see on mushrooms, the things I experience on a deep trip have blown my mind. And it's not just the visuals. When you're on shrooms, your reality gets stretched and molded. After you've done a few mushroom trips and you've seen the crazy things that you could experience, you open your mind up to possibility. The mushrooms stretch your mind, and all of these 3D limits that we have, they disappear. They get broken, and you learn to see reality as much more than you previously thought it was. For example, it used to be that synchronicities and manifestations would have this surprising and shocking effect. But after doing mushrooms, they've become commonplace. They've become more regular appearances in my life. And it feels like I'm upgrading my idea of what's possible in reality. When you stretch the limits of your mind and you give your brain evidence that more is possible, more becomes possible for you. More opportunities, more shortcuts in life, more synchronicities, more manifestations. And I find that mushrooms are really, really good at stretching the mind into new possibilities, showing you that there's more magic in life than maybe you've previously thought of. Another benefit of mushrooms is that they raise your frequency. If I'm going through a rough time and I haven't been able to come out of the funk, if I'm experiencing maybe some mild depression or I just feel stuck in life, mushrooms have been amazing at getting that energy unstuck. Now, some people will say, don't do mushrooms if you're in a bad mood. I have a different perspective on that. I think that if you've been in a bad mood and it's been going on for a few days or a few weeks,
Don't do it.
a few months, mushrooms might be exactly the thing you need to break loose from that mindset,
Reset your mind.
break loose of that stuck energy. And it doesn't mean the mushroom trip will be easy. It might be a really tough trip. And I've had those tough trips where I've gone into it knowing that I have work to do, that I have resentment, that I have anger, that I have depression, and that if I take these mushrooms, it's going to work with me on those things.
And it will.
But it'll be tough. What I find is that the first half of the trip is where the tough part is. That's where the work gets done. That's where the mushrooms are guiding you and they're telling you what you need to learn, but you got to do the work. You got to cooperate with them. You got to dance with the mushrooms. And if you're not dancing and you're resisting, that's where people have bad trips. But if you accept that the mushrooms are there to help, and you accept the feelings that come up and the frustrations that come up and all the emotions that you've been holding back, and you allow the mushrooms to work with you on those emotions, you're going to come out the other side. You're going to find the light. And you're going to have an epic trip. It might be tough in the beginning and in the middle, but I always find that the end is where you've broken through some limits. You have done the work, and you will feel the joy of coming out of that, off the other side. And it truly does raise my frequency. I feel like after I do a deep mushroom trip, my energy is skyrocketing. My manifestations come quicker. It feels like I'm on another frequency, and the mushrooms have given me an upgrade in reality. And then you get caught up in life again, and you come back and you need another tune-up, perhaps. But over time, with consistent trips, maybe once a month, I have noticed massive changes in myself. I find that you do end up progressing over time, and it might take more than one trip to feel like you've made permanent changes. But every time things are getting chipped away at, every time there's layers that you're uncovering. And so it might take 4 or 5 or 6 trips before you look back and you go, wow, I've really grown here. It might not just come from one trip. The final benefit that I want to talk about is perhaps the most important to me, and that is that mushrooms have brought me closer to God. You might call it source, you might call it the universe. I feel so much more connected to not only my soul, but the entire consciousness container of reality. There's something profoundly spiritual when you do these trips.
Oh, yeah.
And I find that, for me personally, it's really connected me to God, and it's brought me a long-term relationship with God that I did not previously have. I feel like through mushrooms, I have built a relationship with God, one that I can turn to even when I'm not tripping. This is maybe the most mystical part of the shrooms, is that spiritual component that is hard to put into words, but you feel it. You might feel it watching a sunset while you're on shrooms. You might feel it while you're tripping alone in your room in pitch darkness. You might feel it while listening to the most beautiful music you ever heard. There's this deep, deep connection. Connection is maybe the word that most describes shrooms for me. Connection to your soul. Connection to the shroom energy. Building a relationship with the shrooms. Connection to God. Connection to nature. Connection to the sunset and the trees and the birds. And connection to life itself. Life with a capital L. You know, we tend to sometimes go through life going through the motions. And I find that shrooms brought me into alignment with life. That bigger thing, it's bigger than you. There's a destiny to it. There's a purpose to it. There's a bigger picture that when we're in our 3D human selves, we don't always see it. And on shrooms, you zoom out of your life and you see your expanded self. And you see your life from a totally new perspective, a more expansive perspective. So that alone makes shrooms for me an incredible tool. Even if I didn't get the benefits or the insights or the homework or the practical advice that I often get from shrooms, being connected to the universe. It's almost like in the movie Avatar, when they connect their tails to the tree and they're connected to the tree of souls. That's kind of what shrooms feels like. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope it was helpful. If you have any questions about shrooms or psychedelics, reach out to me at jameszander.com and I'll be happy to help you. Take care of yourself, trip safely, and I hope you experience the magic of life today.
Zapotec Indians believed that fungi would emerge as a response to lightning striking the earth. Now, we understand that mushrooms exist to release spores into the environment. But why some produce psilocybin has yet to be explained. I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain. story of psilocybin containing mushrooms. I'd been hoping to interview a clandestine mushroom grower for months, but expected them to be a secretive and untrusting bunch. I knew I'd have to use advanced investigatory tactics to infiltrate their inner circle. So it was on Instagram that I found a mushroom syndicate named Mike Omar, who I knew possessed the skills and experience to tell me about the inner workings of the underground mushroom trade. A few PMs and emojis later, I was on my way to meet them, eye to eye.
Driving to this undisclosed location that I will not name on camera because it houses one of the largest clandestine mushroom grow rooms in North America. This grow room is capable of producing tens of pounds of mushrooms every week. Oh wow. Very nice.
Wow, look at mushrooms. This is what I wanted to do.
Tell me about all these tubs or what's going on right now. What am I looking at?
Well, these are all mono tubs. Just the one strain golden teacher going on right now.
Why golden teacher?
It's a good strain that people will enjoy and stuff like that, and rarely have bad trips on.
What is the demand?
Very high.
How high?
Well, we can sell them as fast as we grow them.
Since the beginning of clandestine mushroom cultivation, virtually all growers have favored the same species, Psilocybe cubensis. It's not the largest or the most potent, but it's highly adaptable to the needs of humans who control its artificial propagation. After decades of genetic manipulation, these strains won't survive in nature without the human hand. And humans couldn't have bred them without the guiding hand of nature. How does someone learn to do this?
Internet. Lots of research, lots of trial and error.
Seems very friendly to me, but I guess this is also a somewhat sketchy thing.
It's definitely still legal. That's why we wear masks.
Like a room where a surgical procedure is performed, a mushroom grow chamber must be almost completely sterile, as sterile as possible, because any contamination that enters these bins could destroy the entire crop. And this crop represents months of work, years of research, and thousands of dollars.
Oh, wow. Some pretty decent sized bins. That'll be full size mushrooms within a day, maybe 2 days.
Just the fact that you have to disguise your identity says a lot about this sort of work. What do you think about the laws surrounding mushrooms?
Well, I think they were created by people who had no idea about anything about mushrooms. Most people that do make those laws, they've never tried these things. They're probably the worst person to ask. The least informed.
Can you tell me a little bit about how this sort of work differs from other realms in the drug dealing world?
Well, I'd say it's a lot safer, that's for sure. Being a meth dealer and a heroin dealer, you'd definitely be susceptible to a lot of the dangers of the street, right? Like, mushrooms are a pretty calm market. People don't really have like battles or wars, or it's not really as contested over as a lot of other drug markets.
It's more peaceful.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Huh? What? EMT. This is a fucking hole in the wall. Fuck's sake. The whole door is fine. Got a hole in there. You know what? I'll do my other one. Because it's just ruined the bottle. You know what ruined the... You know what ruined the bottle? You know what ruined the bottle? The jet lighter. Yeah, because it went too close to it. Burnt it. And continuing it, we have to put tape over it. It's not really fucking great. Way too airtight now. It's way too fucking shit now. I have to do it for the original one. I'm gonna have to fucking put the tube in the other fucking bottle because the bottle's fucked now. Fuck's sake. That was annoying. All that effort for that to happen. Right, let's try this. Hold it in, and then lie down. Just yeah, that was like this. And then go out and try to get as long as you can. And just relax. Try and keep eyes shut. Because remember, breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Just follow it. You've got this. It lasts about 15 minutes. Did the whole lot as well. I put about 30 milligrams in there. I will afterwards. But you never forget the smell of it. It's such a unique smell. Believe me, I've done it enough times. You think weed is a weird smell, you try and smell DMT. It's not like the smell of like cocaine or like heroin. It's like I don't know. Have you ever been to your nan's house and it smells like potpourri? It smells like that. It smells like floral fragrance. No, I'm gonna film myself when I do it. But I got about that much in there. So I got enough still. Not really, because it's only like a gram. It'll only last me about 6 months before it wear off. No, I mean 6 months before I'll do it again. Well, now it lasts about 8 months, so I only have to do it like once or twice a year, and that's it. That's how powerful it is as an antidepressant. I already did that yesterday. Well, this morning. Okay, Teddy's new collar. So you tell me one. You tell me which one looks better. Got these today. Upside down. AKA Blaze. Date of birth and then my phone number. I'm sick in it. Proper buckle though. And then you got like a little bit there as well. But it's nice. It's properly done. There's another one. I've got a black and red one as well. But look at this. That's nice and soft. Look. So when it's on its neck, it's nice and soft for him. I got that one. And I got this one. There you go. That's well done properly, look. That's well nice. I've got two different types. Nice red. And then a nice brown one. What one's better though? This one or this one? This one matches his colour of his coat though. Look. Perfect colour. But then this one matches his harness. So it's each to their own. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I suppose. I think it's that. Yeah, they're both look good. But the black and the green bow, I don't know about the red, but it goes with his. He's got a muzzle, and that goes with the muzzle. Like I said, the brown one. It's more like sleek in it. But yeah, they're really well built. Look, they're like proper belts. Yeah. And I got a large, and I only need to put it on 3. See how they look. That's his size. Fits him very well. Bow. He's a gentleman. Come here, Ted. Come here, mister. Come here. Come here. Teddy, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, please. Up. 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 This way. Other way around. Come here. I'm gonna put your bow on, buddy. Same with the black bow. Oh yeah, he's got black shoes though. on him. Black and red. And then you can see his bow at the front. What do you think of it? Look at his harness. Boom. 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 And then this red collar, red and black collar matches the red and the black on all of this. So it looks all official. And he's got his black shoes to go with it as well. So he's got his black and white shoes to go with this. His collar. So yeah, he's gonna look like a proper well looked after service animal. He's gonna look all official by the time that I'm done with him. No one will be able to say any different than that he's not a service dog, because he fucking is. I'll fucking tell you now. I've got it registered as well. It's really been hard because I took him to the groomers about a year ago, but then the groomers who I used to go to stopped taking on new dogs, stopped taking on Teddy, and then I rang another groomer today and they're not taking on dogs, so I've only got 2 other groomers I can go to, but I haven't taken him to the groomer in about a year, but he normally costs £110 a year, so he's not cheap. But he looks dapper when he gets a brand new haircut. He looks lush. He looks like a completely new dog. Look fetching in your new collar as well. Yes, a new bow. Yeah, he melts quite a lot. Here's an example of what I just picked up off the carpet earlier. So yeah, melts way too much. That's the Alsatian and Corgi. Because Corgi are long-haired animals, and Alsatian are long-haired and short-haired dogs. So he's got like a mixture of 3 different types of coats on him. Yeah, it takes him 5 hours. It takes 5 hours to groom my dog. It takes a long time to cut him. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to move you, buddy. Alright, don't growl at me. Alright. Chill. Chill. Give me a kiss. Hey. Look at me. Look at me. Daddy said so, I'm sorry. Oi. Come here. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt you. Arranged just there with like mouth open. Probably seeing things in amazement. Doing DMT for the first time. And that DMT was pure, mate, as well. You're talking 100% pure. Because I washed it in heptane. So I got rid of all the polar impurities, or impolar impurities, sorry. And I washed it in acetone, which gets rid of all the polar impurities. So literally by the end of it, you're talking the free-base DMT, after I washed it in those two chemicals, you're talking I stripped all the rest of the decontamination from it. So you're just left with the purest of product. And you can see that. Like, how cold? Been out for about 10 minutes so far. About 10-20 minutes. About 15-20 minutes. And how much you take? Yeah, you come down, it's like you feel like you're just naturally woken up. The nicest come down in the world. It just feels like you're naturally waking up, genuinely. Yeah, it's like normal. It's the only come down I've had where it just felt like I was naturally just waking up. It felt nice. Do you know what I mean? And then when you go to sleep again at night, your dreams feel more real than they've ever felt because you've got more DMT for your body to play around with because you've taken some already extra endogenously. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, your dreams when you go to bed, when she goes to bed later, her dreams are going to be crazy, mate. Because I know mine were. But she's spiritual anyway. She's a very spiritual person anyway. So I said, you'll enjoy it. If you believe in God, this will make you believe in God even more. Try it. I wouldn't lie to you. I wouldn't give you anything that would hurt you or harm you. Do you know what I mean? Considering I made it myself. Do you know what I mean? Dangerous work. When you're making it yourself, you got to make sure everything's on point, mate. Last thing you want someone is ODing and more stuff. And then you go to prison. Do you know what I mean? Fuck that, mate. But I was smart like that. You can't OD off DMT. You can have 5 MEO DMT, you can have a heart attack from it. Because it can just be too much for your mentally mind to handle. But 5 MEO DMT, like NN DMT, sorry, you can't overdose off that. No, it's the same across women and men. Men and women across both men and women say they have similar experiences. Can't wait to see how long till she wakes up. It's been about 15 minutes so far. Does the same across men and women. I need to get this next size up. I'm struggling to get this top off. When I was sweating, mate, you don't understand how much I struggle to get this top off. Because of fucking how tight it is. It's a nightmare. I don't know. Yeah, it just tells me I'm getting bigger because the shirt's becoming harder and harder to take off every single time I put it on. I just need to get the next size up. This was originally a medium. It looks like a fucking small one. Fair play, I've probably shrunk the water quite a few times. But it's life. And I refrained from her drinking alcohol tonight. Because I was like, if you're going to try DMT, I don't want you drinking alcohol. Because you'll have a bad experience. And I'm glad she listened to me. Because she didn't take a drop tonight. It's a fair play that she actually listened to me. Because I was like, if you want to have the purest experience on DMT, don't drink anything. Don't eat anything. You want to fast for 14 hours, yeah, and then you want to fucking do it. Smoke a little bit of weed on top if you need to. Just chill your nerves. But yeah, just do it on an empty stomach. Don't have any alcohol in your body and you'll be fine. 9 times out of 10, you won't puke up. If you've got food in your stomach, you'll puke up. Because it's very nauseating. I don't know, maybe. In a minute, I'll show you how hard it is to take this top. I need to get the next size up, like I said. How cool are these trackies though? Look at this. I've got a stash pocket. I've got a stash pocket like right here. Look. And it goes down to like all the way down there. Look, watch. It's built into the actual seam look, of the fucking trouser. You would never know that's there. Look on the other side. Can't see anything. You just see a normal scene. Look on the other side. If that little zip wasn't there, you wouldn't even know that pocket was there. What a stash pocket and a half, look. And like I said, look how far down it goes. Goes that halfway down my leg. It's a 6 stash pocket. Have you ever seen a stash pocket like that on a pair of fucking trackies? I have. Socially drowned. So long. Jason's kid. Days. Yeah, woke up yet. Most people wake up after about 15-20 minutes. But one person that woke up after about an hour. So it just depends. Yeah, these are just hood rich ones. They're nothing special.
Yeah, pussy on TikTok, hit me in the DM now, wanna see that on FaceTime. 15 racks on a brand new Kenny, I'm still got a Ricky on waistline. Still got my plug out of hood and just comfortable. Bricks, heard that for the grapevine. Said she don't usually fuck with these niggas, so you better give me a break time. Pouring up midday, and I'm on the road with the on Wednesday. Still king of the kick game. Couldn't bring shoes, but at least bring switchblade. It's footing and gas on quick lane. We get a box at Brisbane. She now she living on lit lane. I change her life is a bit strange. Know me cook for the summer, fuck around and it's awesome. So glad for my love for your mama, but love for your daughter, man.
But yeah, to be fair, I'm not that sweaty, but I'll try and I'll show you how hard it can be able to get off. I probably struggle to get this off. Told you. It's because of my size. I just get so much bigger, I don't realise how much fucking weight I've put on. Coming.
So glad for my love for your mama, but love for your daughter now.
See what I mean? It's a nightmare. I'm already knackered. Yeah, I definitely need to get the exercise up. Like I said, that was a medium.
Let's go to plane and pack the remote. For the summer, we fuck around and it's awesome. So glad for my love for your mama, but love for your daughter, man. Fucking glad for me now. Fucking glad for me. Look the lights in the night. Look the lights in the night. I'm playing leaders to glory. You love when your feet is always but I'm telling you something. Think about city.
So yeah, I'll take it off. Struggle with that.
Look the lights in the night. Look the lights in the night.
Sure to get there though. What's everyone up to anyway? Excuse me, that's it. Well, because I've still got this. A half a gram. I gave her about 0.3. That's it. 0.3. Jesus. 0.3. That's nothing. Stay free for rats. Sick and sad. Someone's got to die. Okay. Yeah, my body's getting this surgery. Shit different. I think there's different lighting. I don't know what lighting you're looking at it for. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're looking at the kitchen or you're looking at the bathroom, obviously lighting plays a massive role as well. Let me get some ice cream in a minute.
I'm still trying to find myself. Everybody thinks I'm perfect. I'm fighting demons in my head. But for God, it's worth it. Flashback, goosebumps, I'm crackers, I'm purging. My mother told me that my mental was concerning. Told the fans I'm sorry that my music hasn't been the same. Since I got clipped in my rhythm, lost half my brain. Horror scene. Mom saw me half dead, trapped in pain. Cuffed in the bed for 7 days, but I can't complain. Because I'm still here. Shit can get real here. I got cut some years ago. I pull up and it's still there. They call me underrated. Sooner than they have to hear me. I got guns local. I don't need a nigga near me. All that boozy talk, shit is across the theory. They took my name behind the scenes, but these trappers fear me. She looks like Ruby Rose, just without a body count. VVS, I ain't got no pebbles in this rocky mouth. 5-year anniversary, to the 7. Probably wrong if I told you that I'm still a skeleton. 15, peddling, crack rock, peddling. Smell off the peddling from track phones, leveling. I lived this life for too long, now it's installed. Military mindset, I'm flicked in this skin cold.
I lived a life for too long and now it's been installed. Like it's a fucking OS operating system. That's crazy. Crazy word, mate. I should have been installed. That's a hard word. Like when it's difficult. Blood, I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal. At least he's honest for a rapper. You know what I mean? Like, I got county lines in the blood, I'm a criminal. At least he ain't a fucking liar. Like a lot of rappers will be like, yeah, flexing this, flexing that. At least he's honest. He's been trapping since the age of 14, and now he's 26. And he's made it. He's made it into music. Do you know what I mean? And you can see that his last charge, he got done for heroin, crack cocaine, distribution, and all that. And he got off. Do you know how he got off? By showing all of his music videos to the judge, to show it to him like, look, I've put it all into music. I've changed, sort of thing. And he got off scot-free, mate. He was so lucky, mate. Do you know what I mean? Fair play to him. Because he put all his heart and soul into the music, and the judge saw that. Which is rare in this day and age. Stay, would you go? When my mother kicked me out, the family was on dress, they can't get on this phone. Remember I was broke and I built myself a phone. Music is my therapy, right now it's in my soul. I was trapping out some more. What are you doing today? Can I tell a bone? For my cats on the dark, then they pin up. As long as it stays running good, I'm here for the winner. How my nigga go from rules to master spinner? For this brick, I need a spinner. Fucking hell. What did I do not? I just lit my lighter. I lit the fucking jet for the flight out of my fucking hand. I didn't even fucking look. I'm a dickhead. Why do I do that? Jump about. This girl wants to run my time, but I try that all the time. I hit the band when I water with his soul sublime. I'm fighting junkies, but I still stay sublime. How you tell me that you love me when I know that you're lying? These trappers told me need a spot, you know there's no complying. I need to get my automatic grinder back, man. I miss it. This is so tedious, man. This is like so 2000s. What feels like, you know, I've been doing this since yeah, I got my tobacco. I got my fried all right at breakfast earlier. If you look at my YouTube earlier, I was in Mars and fry up. I don't know if you were on my live now. In a new shape. See me with my new babe. Heartbreak, the ladies love me like a Pooh J. She was trying to cling on to a nigga, but it's too late. Booked a flight to Cali, racks and condoms in my suitcase. And every single dollar in the bed got a blue face. Rolling in AC like a Blu-ray. The way that I've been balling should make the cover a 2K. So I put a song I might put up in a Blu-ray. Listen on the game, that's what only get your true taste. Down, better tighten up your shoelace. Better rock 22. I love that. He's like, yeah, you got all sizes of guns in America, but they still say 2-2. We got those in the UK. Well, we got all types of guns, obviously. Anything above a 177 you need a license for. But the fact that, like, he's saying 2-2, fair play to them. They are, like, discreet, though, if you want to kill someone. One of those. Well, you can be ready for this thing, but you play real lame. We ain't never put it back. Roll my charges, you won't look at me the same. This in my life I wish I never had to make. Seen him dying, I just seen him graduate. Got a 40 on my side, and I just rolled it past the dicks. Chopping, I ain't talking masturbate. I was in an out of state. Bag of make, I risk my life, but it's alright. Cause every year I may pass away.
From the back, you know we coming back today. Marco Polo, we condone it, we get him the facts. And it's gonna be a robbery. So tuck your chain. I'm a killer, but I'm sorry. But I can't change, Queen. Aiming for your body.
She still hasn't woken up.
We come from poverty, man. We ain't have a thing. There's a lot of animosity, but they don't say my name.
If you missed it, well, you can just watch it back because it's still on there. Yeah, you can always watch my live back from earlier. Yeah, she did. Fast asleep. I told her I'd knock her out in a minute. I did. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I don't know, she's not woke up yet. People normally wake up after like 20 minutes, but she might think he's in a deep sleep, so I'm not going to wake her up straight away. But she's still breathing, so it's fine. Same as my other mate, it took an hour to wake up. Hour after giving it to him. I was knocking down walls, and I hopped inside the Porsche. Fuck me in the side, nigga, I'ma be the main force. With the roads like a young nigga made for. Young sucker rock, still 10 toes down in my brother's fiat. You ran out on the nigga, that's a shot. I don't know, I'll ask her, yeah. No, she's fine. Girl like that. See, she's still breathing. That's what the army do as well. They'll just go like that. You know what I mean? If they feel you breathing, you know you're still alive. Obviously a pulse is like when you're in the hospital. Obviously a pulse is a sign as well. Obviously it's easy way of doing it, but that's an easy way of testing it. Someone's breathing as well. Just put your hand over their mouth. Not completely over their mouth, just about an inch away from their nose and their mouth. Yeah, she's still breathing, her foot moving. No, he didn't. He didn't see it. Still hasn't woke up yet. Oh God, sometimes when you take DMT, it puts you in a dream state, right? But it does every single time. And normally to go into a dream state, it takes 90 minutes for your body to naturally drop off to sleep, right? To go into REM sleep, to rapid eye movement when you start dreaming. The fact that you take DMT and you start dreaming within 1 minute, you can imagine some people wake up after 20 minutes because it wears off, but other people think they're genuinely in a dream, so they think they're in a deep sleep, so they continue to sleep. You see what I'm saying? And my mate took an hour to wake up last time.
I'm trying to be who I'm meant to be, but I don't need you what's meant for me. So even if I'm out, and I got wishbone trying to grab rent for me. Tell me all into rapping, but I keep getting dragged back by these dirty fiends. With the work that I'm mashing the teachers, me young ways that company me. If you had 100 backs to your name, would you move smart? Tell me, would your company be? I got bricks for the road, that's 20 a piece, that's me being stupid. Depends how I feel at the time, if I wake up shit, then I'm making it all for free. For the sergeant, give me them charges, quick car, I wanna go back to sleep.
I'm doing a couple of recovery. What was I doing? I think I'm giving you too much, but still, like, it takes you instantly, and it's just sleep mode. That's what happens. But I don't know what you said. You may have to do it again and try again next time. Teddy. But I definitely did something. As soon as you let down, you're gone. But as soon as I said, breathe out the smoke, breathe out the smoke, and your eyes like fluttered and you're gone. You are. Yeah, that's what I said, just let go. Amazing. It takes you into a dream where instead of taking it. So that's what first time, real good experience. You didn't keep it up, you didn't, as I said, you did it sober, you didn't drink any alcohol, and it's sober. One of the things you did, you tried it. You had to keep it in the house. It didn't have a negative effect. I knew it was good. But yeah, I probably gave you like a 0.2 or 0.3. But yeah, you probably, like I said, there's so much going on. You probably don't know what was going on because there's so much to look at. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of confusing in your brain as well. Because there's so much, like I said, so much to look at. You don't know what to look at and you don't know what you're looking at as well. So it's sort of confusing sometimes. Because like I say, your brain just tries to make up a picture of what it thinks it is. Or what you've seen in your life. Do you know what I mean? She says you don't really remember much. I gave her like 30 milligrams. But I just remember I was fluttering and falling asleep. I reckon next time you just gotta, you didn't pull it all the way through, that's the only problem. You nearly did, but I think it's because I packed it a little bit too tight, so next time I pack it a little bit less tighter, and then as soon as you pull it all the way through, trust me, you'll have another mad experience again. But I think there's another reason why. It still hit you intensely, because like I said, you were gone within a minute. Like literally. I've never seen you pass out so quick. Not even on alcohol. So I knew it definitely did something to you. I just didn't know what it was doing to you. Obviously you were just in your dream mode. If you did have your mouth open, you didn't have your mouth closed, at one point you were like this. So you were probably just looking at something amazing and didn't know what to think. So you just had your mouth open in amazement, like, wow, that's cool. Like you're saying that in your head, obviously. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I said, a lot of these things you see is confusing because you've never seen things like that before. Or it's like stuff you see in movies that you never thought you'd ever even picture in your own head. It comes to life and it's like, what the fuck? But what I'm trying to say to you, I gave you 30 milligrams today, but what I'm trying to say to you is when you go back to sleep, right, later on in the bed, your dream that you have tonight will be incredible. Because when I had DMT, and it hit me instantly, yeah, it hit me, I was like, tear rolled down my eye, and then I was like, right, I can't wait to actually go back to bed. And then when I actually went to sleep, like I said, my dream felt more real than real, it was like insane. You'll probably have crazy dreams with me after, because you've got more DMT for your body to like play around with now, because you've given it extra to like, do you know what I mean, mess around with. Because yeah, you've smoked it, but your lungs have absorbed it, so your brain will still use that shit when you're asleep. Do you know what I mean? She only had a 0.3, but she didn't really say too much. Like she just said it, she felt it like coming on sort of thing. No, I'm not doing it now because it'll make me class out. I'll film myself doing it, and then I'll put that video up on my YouTube. But then I'll have to block out certain words so I can monetize it. Because if I mention any word of DMT, they won't allow me to monetize it, I guarantee you, because it's classed as a Class A in this country. Even though, if it's classed as a Class A, it has no medicinal benefit whatsoever. I'm sorry, but the government of our country are a load of bollocks, mate. Class A? How is it a Class A? It's got plenty of medicinal benefit. Just like ketamine and morphine in right contexts. Do you know what I mean? It's just like any other fucking... It's not a drug anyway, it's a chemical. A drug is what the government calls something, whether it's good or bad. Isn't it, really? Everything is a chemical. Sugar is a chemical. Water is a chemical molecule. Do you know what I mean? brain relies on just chemical inputs, doesn't it? But no, I reckon she has to try it again. I've got 1,020 subs now. Sick. Getting there. When I go in the kitchen, do you want anything to eat? To munch on? Yeah, I reckon you didn't get that. You did, like you say, you got a few visuals or whatever, but like you said, because you didn't pull it all the way through. I don't reckon you got the fullest experience. You still did, like, still hit you like a brick, still sent you under for like 30 minutes, and then you finally come back down after about half an hour. Most people wake up after about 15 to 20 minutes. You woke up after about half an hour, so I was a bit worried, but at least I know I gave you quite a bit, because most people wake up in 20 minutes, so I probably gave you more than the average person. Just longer to wake up. But what we can do tomorrow is we can go to Morrison's, get some brownie mix, M&M mix, and I'll make some hash brownies. And they're nice, trust me. Hash brownies will get you a lot more high than what bombs do. You'll probably have one hash brownie and you'll be fucking baked for the rest of the day. You know when you drink a Henry Weston's, it's like, fuck. What's that? I don't know where you put it. On the table in front. But yeah, if anybody ever wants to know how to learn how to produce DMT themselves, don't hesitate to ask, because I will teach you the guide on how to do it from start to finish. And put it like this, you can thank me later. Because it'll be the best thing you've ever done in your entire life if you suffer with a lot of anxiety and depression. Trust me. Learn to produce this natural, organic, most powerful fucking antidepressant known to man on the planet. Do you know what I mean? You only need a small amount and you feel great for about fucking 12 months. But now you'll feel great now. Like tomorrow you'll wake up, like I said, when you have a dream, you'll dream will feel better than what it's ever felt. You'll feel like, oh, my dream was well. I'll be like, oh, what happened? Blah, blah, blah. And then try it again the next night, but what I'll do is I'll put a little bit less back in so you can pop it all the way through instead of getting stuck. Because it got stuck, I think that's why you sort of didn't get the full effect of it. Still got effect of it, like I said, you were asleep for half an hour. But I wanted you to get more of like the visuals of it and stuff. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, at least you didn't have a bad effect. You didn't puke up. You didn't freak out. You didn't. Do you know what I mean? Like you did the usual shit. Like when I had it, I had a lighter in my hand. You had a lighter in your hand and you dropped the lighter. And that's what I did. And as soon as I dropped the lighter, I knew I was locked. And I watched you. You dropped the lighter, and I was like, as soon as you dropped the lighter, I was like, she's gone. But yeah, just I'll put a little bit less back in. I'll pack the DMT, but before I packed it quite tightly. That's probably why you struggle to pull it through as well, because it's packed like sand. You know when you compact sand when you make a sand castle? You know when you compact the sand castle and the sand is nice and compact? It's harder, isn't it? Yeah? You know when you make a sandcastle on the beach and you compact the sand, it's nice and hard, isn't it? But what I'm trying to say is I did it a bit too hard. When I put the backing in, and then when I put the DMT in, I used the cotton ball. I think I packed it a little bit too tight. Then put the weed in, right? And then you've gone to try and pull it, and you've not managed to pull it all the way through because I think I've packed the DMT a little bit too tight. So I'll do it a little bit looser each time, this next time, and I guarantee you that you'll have, like I said, visuals, or it will send you again away for 15-20 minutes. But I'm surprised it sent you away for a half an hour. My other mate woke up after about an hour. But I said to a lot of people, because it puts you in a deep sleep, most of the time, people think because they're now in a deep sleep, they genuinely think they're fully asleep. So a lot of people don't normally wake up after 20 minutes. They wake up after an hour or 2 hours because they think they're in their actual bed asleep. Because the fast in the dream, you're enjoying it. Do you know what I mean? Like, so sometimes it takes a long time for people to wake up. But I went like that at one point. Just like keep like feel free breathing in your nose and your mouth just to make sure you're not fucking died or anything on my sofa. No. I would have rang 99 and I would have been like, I accidentally gave my girl DMT. What's that? Do you want a bowl now? That'll save you up again. Okay, it's just a normal bowl. But yeah, you did that like a trooper, still. All the other bombs that you've been doing, you were doing them like a trooper. But that's the only reason you didn't, like I said, do the DMT one, like every other one you've done perfect. Because like I said, because I packed it a little bit too tight. Like sandcastle, you pack it too tight. You compact it, don't you? It's going to be hard to pull it through, isn't it? So I'll make sure next time I just like lightly dab it on top. No, I'll sprinkle the backy and then I'll lightly dab the DMT and then I'll give it a tiny little push and a tiny bit of weed and that'll be enough. I think I gave you a 0.3. That's all you, 0.2 or 0.3, and that sent you away for half an hour. And that was like no more than a bong's worth. That's what I mean. That's how powerful that shit is. And like I can make 10 grams of that stuff, and you had a 0.2, so you do the maths, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, so that's 5 hits in 1 gram. If I make 20 grams, you do the maths, that's 25 fucking hits. That'll last you a long time. Like I said, it'll last you a couple of years. If you make it properly, it'll last you a few years. The last time I made it, well, you can see it here, I've still got some left. I made that about 6 months ago, and the sell-by date is about 2 years. Once you make it, you've got about 2 years in this little thing. As long as you keep it out of the light, and you put it in a drawer somewhere, out of the way, out of the sunlight, it'll stay fresh for about 2 years before it'll go off. But it's got a sell-by date on it, but you're not going to like take 2 years to smoke it on it. But it's good that it lasts 2 years if you dry it out properly. It's like magic mushrooms. If you dehydrate magic mushrooms properly, they last a lifetime. I mean, years and years and years. I can't wait for you to try magic mushrooms. If you enjoyed DMT, yeah, that sent you away a bit. Magic mushrooms, you will still be fully with it with me, and we will be laughing at random shit on the telly with each other for like 3 hours straight. You'll be like, mate, I'm going to piss myself if I continue to laugh anymore. Just turn it off. Trust me, it'll be funny as fuck. That's why I want to learn how to grow the magic mushrooms, because there's bad videos on YouTube on what kit you do. There's videos, there's a video online. There's a website online where you can go and buy the whole kit. You buy the kit, you buy a spore, you buy the bag, you inject the bag with the spore mushroom, the sperm of the mushroom, should I say, and then you leave it in the tub so the humidity to build up, and then you put it away in out in a cupboard somewhere, but with the lid on so the humidity stays high, and then you leave it in the dark for about a month, That's it. And then pull it out, and you've got a whole fucking rack of mushrooms. And every single one of them. If they're blue, they'll be psychedelic. So that means you'll take one, and you'll, like I said, you'll stop. I can't believe you've never taken magic mushrooms before. Like, it's literally magic before your very eyes. Like, put it like this, I was watching a volcano documentary. Just a normal volcano documentary, but it was filmed in a really cool 3D aspect. As soon as I took magic mushrooms, within 45 minutes, it felt like I was in the volcano movie with me. It felt like I was part of it. Like, genuinely, I felt like I was rolling along with it, and I was actually there. It was so cool. Trust me, that's what you'll love about magic mushrooms. And once you see how amazing they are, how organic they are, like, you'll be like, why the fuck are these illegal? These are amazing. Trust me, considering the weed, right, magic mushrooms and DMT, they're all organic, and you can't overdose on any of them. But why are they all illegal? Because the government know that, okay, some people can cause psychotic symptoms, but a lot of the time the government know it and makes you smart with like certain things like DMT. Do you know what I mean? Think about it. My friend earlier was like, let me hear a trip review. They wanted to hear a trip review of what it was like for you. And someone said, did your bird try DMT? And I was like, yeah. Did she like it? And I was like, yeah, she was gone within a minute. She was like, check her pulse. Still breathing is always a good thing. My mate was like, did you get your tobacco? I was like, yeah, we did. But because I gave you what I gave you, but I've still got that left. I've got about half a gram, just over half a gram, I'd say, about 0.8. So that's enough for like 2 more hits each. Until I gotta make more. I don't know whether do much to make much, because like I said, I've already got the ingredients. I just need to pour the petrol in a fucking mason jar in the kitchen and then show you how it's done. You pour the petrol in the mason jar, then like I said, flip it up 500 times, and once you've done that, siphon it out of that, put it in the fucking container we put that chicken in, obviously clean it out, put that in the freezer, and then there you go, you've got a fresh batch of DMT. And then they'll be like, yeah, there you go, you can try it, you'll be the first to try it. Scrape it with your credit card, or like with a metal, like I was showing you. Can't really use a credit card, because if you want to use a credit card, you've got to let it dry out for like 48 hours, so it's completely like bone dry. But if I was with a credit card, you can scrape it, and then obviously if it skips up, it goes everywhere. Do you know what I mean? Whereas normally I use like a metal sheet about this wide, that's specifically for stuff like that. It's like basically a razor blade, but about this long. Go like that, along the edge, and it just cleans it up nicely. Do the other side, clean it up nicely, clean it up, clean it up, clean it up, and then just be got a nice big rectangle in the middle, and then you go bing, 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 bing. Knock it all into the corner like this, and then put it in the top, put it in the But yeah, that was definitely intense, because that, like I said, that hit you incredibly fast, and like I cleaned that up, so that's like 100% pure. You won't get any purer than that. So like, if you go to someone goes to you, someone goes to you, oh, give some DMT, yeah, my boy can get that. Like you say, you should try my DMT as well, bro. Yeah, go get your fucking buzzing. You'd be like, how much do you cut with? Come on, tell me how much you cut with. Oh, it's 80%. You know, when my boy from shit cut with nothing, so fuck you. He'd be like, can I have his number? You're like the 20th person, 23rd person. Since I've made it, in the last 3 years, you're the 23rd person, and only 2 people have had a bad effect. So that just tells me it's God's miracle. It's a beautiful drug. Just the odd person has that bad effect. We'd like fucking airtag. We'd fucking attach an airtag. Oh, there we are. I was sat on them. I'm going, oh no, they're on the air. Trust me, when you go on holiday, if you get stuck on my glasses, you've got sunglasses on your face. And they're on your fucking head. You might be here. Yeah, she's taking off the video. Trust me, by tomorrow you'll feel a weird mood, like a weird after the like before you felt a slight anxiety and depression, and like tomorrow you'll wake up and none of that will exist. Where the fuck is that? And you'll be like, it'll be the DMT. It's like sometimes like I said, obviously I love getting out of the sometimes it's like a big trouble, it gets you down, you've got depression, anxiety, but then trust me, it gives you a boost like you don't even realise. That's why when you do it tomorrow, we're going to do it together. And when we do it together, we're going to hold hands when we do it. So I want to see if it's true that when two people do DMT, whether they enter the same training, because they're holding hands, so they're like actually connected like a battery, and they share the same thoughts or emotions, and whether they can see each other in each other's dreams. I want to see if it's true. But that'd be cool. Imagine that, like holding your hand, but actually holding hands with a battery, like connected like a battery, and you're talking to me, I'm talking to you. Here it's from telepath. I mean, how the fuck are you doing this right now? It's a very mystical process. The fact that people from researching 100 years of we just basically think it's consciousness. They think DMT is consciousness. They think without DMT, you wouldn't have that's where we came. I said I thought you won one now we've got now. I can even ring if I'm in the gym. Love me, love me.
shit is true. When nothing alike one day in the T, just me to the V to the 2 and the Q. SAV, why'd you rap like that? It's the only time I really can express this truth. It's the only time I really can express this pain. Who would have thought I would have been like this? My life changed when I touched cocaine. Since 014, it's never been the same. All of my niggas really changed on me, not one of them stayed. It fucked on my brain, got blood on my hands and it won't go away. Even on my fresh white tee is stained. Shooters in town, watching hate. Funny cause it ain't got nothing to say. I wanna leave this life today. If I go to most I might get days. Don't think that she really loves me from me. I know you wouldn't stay on minimum wage. This life that I'm living is great. Tomorrow's not promised I'm doing it today. Tomorrow's not promised I'm doing it now. Doing it now, doing it now. Thinking back on the shit that I've been through. Talking to God and I'm telling him how. Talking to man, you better watch your mouth. Respect my skills, it laid it down. You ain't never let so many man in a month. I'm waiting for God to spin back around. Welfare checks at a bando door. Bando door. Can't get caught with his fools and more. If I get caught with his guns too. All of these shows in town, they know me. All of their runners get bored. I done a draw, then I snap my sim. Then it's back to the bando, pebble and more. Back to the bando, pebble and more. Same old shit, this is different days. I ain't got my shine with them swiggies as jaws. I wanna leave this life. I need a way out of these streets. I'm not rolling with a 3 times 3. 16 when I make more Yankees. I'm trapped in the trap and I wish I could leave. I know you don't like this life that I live, so I did that. I made the way you move so fast. I'm still gonna hit that. I'm staying here, you ain't getting no shit back. Better put the racks on the yours, the bitch back. I'm the life, trying to make things every time so fly. You're cool, not a bitch. I know what to go. I'm gonna react to the real ones. I'm harassing me about me, who I am. I told her, don't worry, I'm the same for me. It's just about the future all the time. I hustle for peace on my end. She never be with a guy like me. Go and jump up and make UFC tonight. I'm playing my life, I'm living it, yeah. I'm playing my life, I'm signed to go. Signed to go. Young 10 pages, no shoot 14 to the kid, won't introduce. Since I tell you, I never look back. No way could you rest for the day, my shoes. Most these rappers weren't living like man. They were nothing before the streams. Couldn't rise a grind. Picture me chilling with a fiend, counting 20 bags. No, that don't mean I trust them. Got my blicky in my pants. Need a money machine, dirty money stinking in my hands. I don't take bad up from no one, just only from my fans. I'm never wife a bitch on only fans. Who do you think I am? You gotta love yourself before you show it. That's just who I am. That's just what I stand on. 23 still hands on. This shit is getting mad now. I thought that's where man's from. Shorty got 2 hands on, looking for them used to bang on. Niggas dancing in Giuseppe's, me and trap them got my bands on. Steering with my left hand in my right, I got a handgun. Watch out for these hoes, see what Delilah done to Samson. Mommy told me what's your plan, son. I told her I don't know, I really know. Hit the most with a pop up with the snow. I used to walk around in my Rambo, now it's stop and start to go. The band will start slow control, they won't hit me with this alone. It's a lonely road, but right now I'm feeling so alone. I got 20 on me right now, driving on this on the road. Feeling with barely drugs, I just pray that I make it home. Picture me running from the police, a passion stone. Picture me walking past the police, I'm concealing my phone. In this beef, I'm so involved, I'm smart, but it's playing a hole. By now, you would have thought I'd fold. Track back, I'm doing both. Close your eyes and picture this, I'm 16, sleeping in the cold. 23, but feeling old, I tell you how much drugs I've sold. So much shit, I keep disclosed. So much time I spent on souls, I keep it real and don't explode. Make sure my son is fed and pro. My mom told me to stop this trapping shit, but what do you propose? What am I supposed to do? I came too fast to stop, I feel so close. Sarah's crying on my phone, talking about she just wants to stop. She's the only one I pan. All the others told them no. When my margin kicked me out, on sofa surfing, home to home. Sofa surfing, trap to trap, I pattern videos back to back. My brother goes from back to back, it's getting hot, it's getting mad. Full for 25, put ones, and I ain't using match. The way I'm cooking up, mask on, the tea looks like a lap. You ain't gonna last long, trapping where I trap. I'm too old to have a Rambo.
It's like a waffle with like Kinder Bueno chocolate sauce, and then I got some ice cream. Mate, it's what happens when you get the munchies, right? Yes, I know I need to tidy up my table. It's dead messy.
Explosive flows, TNT. They meet NG, watch TNT. Astro travel on DMT. Focus, breathe gently. Third eye vision, I see plenty. I see hatred, I see envy. Innocent people, I leave them be. But evil spirits, I see them flee. I woke up, looked around, I found out. Everybody around me sleeping. So I come through screaming. Wake up now, take the red pill, stop dreaming. I wear a gas mask, get out the last laugh. That poisonous air you're breathing. Get deadly viruses in your sinuses. So please cover your face when you're sneezing. I smell sound, I listen to flavors. I taste emotions when I'm speaking. Where's my mark? I lost my senses. I'm overheating, who let the breeze in? I'm shivering, heart on boiling cold when I'm warm, not freezing. 111, 24/7. Explosive flows, TNT. They meet NG, watch me MC. Astro travel on DMT. Focus, breathe gently. Third eye vision, I see plenty. I see hatred, I see envy. Innocent people, I leave them be. But evil spirits, I see them flee. I go to sleep at 5 a.m. I do research.
This is sadly the most horrifying IRL stream ever broadcasted, because during the stream, a fan struck the streamer 55 times the blade on a Tokyo street in front of thousands of live viewers, then picked up the stream and continued streaming until the police showed up. It's hard to even put it in words of how horrific all of this was. And a little over a year later, we finally know why this happened and how long he's going to prison for. A quick warning, this is definitely a heavier video than usual, but I wanted to talk about it because I'm surprised at how little coverage there actually was for this incident. And I'm also kind of shocked at what the punishment ended up being for the man who did all this. But it's just terrifying to think that a parasocial relationship between an influencer and the public can spiral so far out of control they end up doing something as extreme as this. But this case happened in 2025, and at the time, all we had was the immediate aftermath, an arrest, a horrifying motive, and a string of eerie similar incidents happening to other streamers within the same few weeks. But now, more than a year later, the trial is over, a sentence has been handed down, and honestly, some of the stuff that came out during the actual court proceedings is even more disturbing than what we knew back then. So this nightmare starts on March 11th, 2025, at around 9:50 in the morning. Eri Sato was walking through the Takodana area of Tokyo's Shinjuku ward, live streaming on a Japanese platform called WeWatch. She'd been working on a project where she was walking along the Yamanote Line, a train loop that circles around central Tokyo, and it's extremely popular with both tourists and locals. And here she was streaming the entire route live for the audience. So it was supposed to just be another regular IRL stream turned into a complete nightmare in seconds when Sato suddenly stepped out of frame and started screaming. Then the guy picked up the stream phone and started looking into the camera. According to the reporting at the time, the stream captured Sato lying on the ground, visibly injured, with the attacker standing over her, asking if she was still alive before kicking her. And more than 6,000 people were watching all of this unfold live, completely unable to do anything but witness it all. And that all happened at 9:50 in the morning. And around 10 minutes later, police got a call at 10 in the morning, and they arrived shortly later. And when they did so, they found Sato with wounds in her head, neck, and abdomen. She's been rushed to the hospital, but didn't make it and passed away less than 2 hours later. And the man responsible, Kenichi Takano, he was arrested right there at the scene. However, the thing is, as the story started circulating, reports came out, we later discovered that this wasn't some random attacker who just happened to cross paths with Sato that morning. You see, Takano had been watching her streams for years, and he had become a regular customer at the hostess bar where she worked, going back to around 2022. And over that time, he has sent her money repeatedly, totaling somewhere around 2.5 million yen, which comes out to roughly $16,000. So he was a massive donor. And donations, they're fairly normal in the streaming world. But this much money is definitely something to raise your eyebrows at. But again, if you look at any of the top streamers, especially the women, you can often find individual donors who have donated this much or way more. But for some reason, he was framing it as a loan for her living expenses. And again, what makes this case especially so awful is obviously she's not here, so we don't have her side of the story. So for all we know, She was thinking that he was donating to her in the start. But when police first questioned him, Takano told them that he raised the money through his own savings and by taking out consumer loans. And then he made up his mind to attack Sato because she wouldn't pay him back. So my question then is, okay, was he donating to her and then suddenly changed his mind and wanted the money back? Or was this some sort of arranged deal between the two of them? But at the same time, he also claimed that he didn't mean to take her life, which is also pretty hard to believe because, you know, he tracked her public location, traveled to meet her, and then struck her 55 times with a blade. This is absolutely premeditated. Everything about this case is just so gruesome. And that's also just the other detail that made this so eerie and unsettling. Because this wasn't normal. Takano had reportedly seen Sato announce her Yamanote Line live stream in advance, and he used that announcement to figure out exactly where she would be. So in other words, the same platform that was supposed to connect her with an audience is what led him to find and ambush her. Also, the week this happened to Sato, you had also crazy other events that happened to other female IRL streamers. Because just days earlier, streamers Valkyrie, Senna, and Emery, they were confronted by an aggressive man at Santa Monica Pier who demanded their numbers, followed them around, and got physically threatening after he was rejected.
Security, please.
And then the same night, Twitch and Kick streamers Amaranth's home was broken into by masked robbers demanding crypto. And she was also whipped with a weapon before her husband managed to scare the intruders off with his own firearm. So this was just a very crazy week on the internet. And other creators spoke up around the same time as well. Because you had Japanese streamer Nyako Rule saying that she had to stop and go to the police multiple times because people wouldn't stop following her during her IRL streams. And that's why she had to stop her IRL streams altogether. So this is a horrific, sad reality to a very popular job. But going back to Takano's trial, it took place under Japan's lay judge system, which basically means regular citizens sit alongside of professional judges to help decide the verdict and sentence serious criminal cases. So during this trial, prosecutors laid out just how brutal the attack actually was. Sato was attacked at least 55 times across her face, neck, and chest, and prosecutors argued that Takano kept going after she was begging him to stop. And the whole attack reportedly lasted for around a minute. The judge later described what Takano did after the attack.
I'll have to wait and find out.
And picking her was a continued violation of her dignity, separate from taking her life. And the prosecutors asked for a 20-year sentence, which sounds incredibly loaded, especially for such a gruesome and deliberate attack. For Takano's defense, on the other hand, they asked for 9 years. So they argued that Takano had tried to get his money back through an actual civil lawsuit first. And he apparently won it technically, since a court did order Sato to
According to
the defense, that felony counts as because of debt, but legal means left him financially
It's like a waffle.
to the point where he was contemplating taking
I'm eating ice cream as well. Look.
I am
transmissions, but basically what the tailor-made thing means is they're not just sending the transmission through tailor-made, you have to equip the car through tailor-made.
No, I'm eating a
And I
waffle.
bet you they're gonna make you
Kinder
tap
Bueno
on at least
ice
another
cream.
100, 200.
You're gonna be a million of this.
Yeah, it's gonna be $1 million. But when you think about other crap that's $1 million,
Sure.
you know, a manual V12 Ferrari, isn't that what we've all been looking for?
The running joke on the internet, especially Instagram, is that they're going to make you buy a Luce to qualify for this.
They may. I mean, it's going to be stuff like that. However, 1,499 units, which in reality is probably 2,000 units, maybe more. And you have to assume that this means that they'll be pretty gettable by Ferrari's standards.
Cool.
And you have to assume that this is just the precursor to more. You have to assume they will do a Manuale, mid-engine cars, 296, and maybe SF90. Like, the sky's the limit if this sells because of the hybrid. Even it gives you an opportunity to move 12 cylinders, which have not been selling.
Yeah. One more interesting thing is it's been 12 years since the 355 debuted with the F1 transmission. So we really come
I'm eating it with rhubarb and custard ice
We had
cream.
a manual that
It's
was
a weird
actually
combo,
automatic,
but
and now we have an automatic that's
it's
actually
what
manual.
works.
It's like kind of a funny how what's old
Strangely
is new
enough.
again, what's new is old again. The other cool thing is that this should be on sale like pretty quickly. So it's not like we're gonna have to wait 3 years. Like this is
Especially with
something
the crispy
real and
aspects.
out there.
It's coming, by the way, it's been 30 years since the 355 debuted with that F1 model.
Thank you.
Believe it or not. And yeah, but it is interesting how it went, right? Like that all happened. And then that came out in 97, 98, and within 10 years, the manual was gone completely. And Ferrari had this sort of arrogant attitude about it. But they must have seen Porsche sit
Waffles are
here
good.
and make all this money and realize there are enthusiasts who will do it. And they developed
Can't
it
beat
in
this
their own
ice
kind of
cream.
special, unusual Ferrari way. And I'm fine with that. And it's here. It exists.
Rhubarb and custard.
Rejoice, enthusiasts. Here's another car you will never have the chance to own or buy.
Reminds me of the cartoon as a kid.
I suspect that they're the
Rhubarb
first,
and
but
cartoon
not the
and custard.
only player.
I think he was a dog.
Other people will also. We've heard for a while about
Do you
some
remember Magic
manufacturers.
Roundabout?
Toyota included that are thinking about how to do a manual transmission electric sports car. Where it's all simulated and here Ferrari has proven, again, we come out to market with one. The interest in this car will prove out whether there's enthusiast interest in it. And if there is, I imagine other manufacturers really follow suit.
Those melted Kinder Buenos were heaven.
That doesn't require any transmission, just requires a lot.
Melted Kinder Buenos are heaven.
Nick, do you think about get one?
Yeah, if I could afford one, which I
But like I said, it's a
absolutely
weird
cannot,
combination
and I
with,
would be in Ferrari's good races to which the
what you
allowed
call
the
it?
opportunity to, which I definitely am not.
Rhubarb and custard.
I would consider
That's what
having
works.
one with those two very strong ifs in place, just because you've got to imagine the investment opportunity. As much as I hate talking about cars about investment, like if you're able to buy this for anywhere near a reasonable price, like and it being a limited, the first one back, like this has got to be one that holds its value pretty darn.
You know, there's a lot of us who would be thinking about buying it for enjoyment, but you take your investment angle.
If I were going to buy it for enjoyment, I would buy an F1.
Why don't you like rhubarb?
Swap it with a non-by-wire clutch and be in it for a tenth of the price.
Do you
But-
think that would be better? What if
No, it wouldn't be better, but I would be able to drive the crap out of a 599 with an exhaust and a manual swap without any fear versus a car that's one of 1,499 that I had to be special allocated. You would be like,
You know, if rhubarb isn't cooked right, it can kill
flex
you.
on young children.
You know, if rhubarb is not cooked right, it can kill you. Yeah, because it's poison if it's not cooked
The
right.
news story is this, which boy, everybody asks me about.
Everybody loves it. All right, so
This thing has been in Europe for years. It's all around.
it has been here for years. It is now coming to the U.S. For sale at select Fiat dealers in the U.S. for 2026. By the way, it starts out not being street legal, but they will have a kit that makes it low-speed vehicle legal. Apparently, there are two versions. There's a triple legal.
Yeah, you say taste and texture, like rhubarb and custard, or crumble, or whatever. But you haven't tried the rhubarb and custard ice cream. Where it's like vanilla ice cream, yeah, with like maybe cherry, like berry type swirly type rhubarby type sauce, and it's better than you think it is. It's only £2.
It has.
I think it's a bargain. You should try it.
Like it does look like stanchions on the.
And you'll probably be
However,
you'll probably change your
some
mind.
safety concerns
Compared to
that would
actual
probably be
rhubarb.
I mean, the Wrangler.
Actual rhubarb is quite
Yeah, I don't think the
sweet, but it's quite.
You at least get a little higher.
It'd be quite sour sometimes if it's not cooked properly.
Protections there. I mean,
Everybody mistakenly thinks that doors are a safety feature. It's so funny. They're not. Like
There's no
some
bits in
cars,
this.
The side airbags are contained within the doors, but I don't think very many. And other than that, they're not structural. Like you can take doors out. You can take
There's
doors
no
out
bits
your
in this
house
ice cream
and drive
whatsoever.
around like a Wrangler if you wanted to.
driving behind Matt's GT3 RS, I've been hit with rocks on my forehead when driving a roofless car. Yeah, you gotta worry about projectiles. What about a side impact? Like, anything is better than nothing or a piece of
I
road.
have a suspicion in this particular case
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
that given that the top speed is 25, first off, I have a suspicion you're not going to be behind many GT3 RSs.
Hey, the top speed is actually 19. It has 46 miles of range. It takes 5 hours to charge to those 46 miles of range.
5 hours charged for 46 miles of range. This is like we have a Power Wheels here that has a similar.
Yeah, right. I will say, 19 mile-an-hour top speed. I will say,
That's
from
good.
reports in Europe, you can actually go faster. So I bet it's a Trump who limited it. If you remove the limiter, you probably got 30 miles an hour. Something there, but yeah. It is about $15,000.
Would you rather have this or an RSX Type S, Filippo?
I would rather have a lot of things before I choose a Stabilino. Personally,
But I'm giving you the choice between this
I'll
and
take an
an
RSX Type S.
Don't you think that the cross comparison is either a golf cart
Does sound like
or
an ice
like a
cream.
moped or a moped? I don't know how you say that.
Sounds like an ice cream.
It's a beach cruiser and it's kind of like for people like Doug that are just going from their house to the
It's
beach.
cute. I love it. But
Filippo, did you know that in Canada there was a base model RSX with hubcaps?
fun fact.
Steelers?
Yes, steel wheels and hubcaps.
I love that they do in Canada. They're gonna have a seal on the winter tires anyways. It is cool that it's in the US. I love the love for it. I love that people are like really into these kind of cute, small, vehicles. I struggle to say automobile.
Yeah, like the Think Neighbor.
But yeah, try the rhubarb and custard crumble in Morrison's. There's no bits in it. You'll like it.
Two vehicles for sale on its website.
I think.
And so I'm thrilled that it's here.
I don't understand who's going to buy this instead of a golf cart, but whatever.
Somebody will because it's cuter.
It would look great on a yacht too, like people that have like little get around
So you're
cars on their
thinking
yachts.
sort of as decoration.
Yeah, for sure. It's a novelty. I mean, no one's buying this for actual transport.
On Coronado and nearby or on other beach communities, there is a market for these.
There is nobody in the world who would buy one of these in the beach community in which we all live.
They have to know that though.
For the same price, you can have a 6-seater golf cart. This has 2 seats.
This isn't related to that, right? A mini moke that we do sell perfectly often is more expensive than a golf cart.
Yeah, it's
You
way
buy
out
it
of
for
the
style. You make style decisions sometimes.
That is the problem. So the press release, which I'll read directly here, says it only
Yeah,
takes
can't
5
go wrong
hours
with
to
a lot of
charge.
disc
By
golf
the
ball.
time you're packing up your beach gear, your battery's all charged up and ready to take you to lunch, which we talked about in our group. That one, there's no room for your beach gear. 2, it definitely would not take 5 hours to put all of your beach gear into it. And then 3, why are you getting lunch when your goal is to get to the
I've
beach?
thought about it more. I've thought about it more. Here's what I think they mean. You park at the beach. Somehow you have a charger at the beach. I can't speak to you, but at my beach here, we don't have a public charger. But if you did, you charge it. You go to the beach, then you pack up your gear, and by the time you get back to the car, it is done charging, and then you go off to lunch in the car.
Yeah, with this rhubarb crumble, like, you get the odd little bit of fucking rhubarb at the bottom there. Look. And that's it. It's a really nice ice cream. It's actually nicer. It's actually really nice.
Weren't you really into the smart crossblade for a while? I mean, couldn't you argue that this is
But I didn't get
effectively
it
no
for
different?
totally, but I didn't get it for exactly the reasons I'm saying no one's going to get this. It's ultimately it's a $40,000 2-seater, and it's not practical.
Well, this is 14,000. So this is.
Yeah, but I can get a golf cart, 6 seats for the same money. would you rather have that for
What are you done here until you tried it?
Little mouse for 4K, huh?
Alright, I take back everything positive I
It's
said
only
about
2 quid as
the
well.
Fiat. What's
What's the range of
it
this?
doesn't even matter. It can't be much worse than the Topolino. Like, it's
3 kilowatt electric motor doesn't actually say range.
if you're driving something like this,
So I had a full English breakfast earlier with 4 extra bits of fucking bread,
Like this is
right?
for very short
And I had a bacon sandwich after that, and I had a dessert after that with ice cream, right? And I've had ice cream tonight, and I've had that Biscoff waffle. Mate, you're fucking, I'm eating like a fucking, eating like a fucking gannet, mate.
With vertical strength. For example, yeah.
Because I'm gonna double my money on the G Cabriolet, and the Wrangler's gonna
I've eaten so much today.
Is the Fiat Topolino an appreciating asset?
Yep. When you're drunk at a charity auction, it might be.
Here's something I
Well,
appreciate
I'm just
about
trying to
mothers.
bulk up.
The official car care provider of Cars and Bits. They're actually car people. Family owned and
I don't
operated
care
since
what you eat,
1973.
Obviously
Everything
protein.
formulated right
Yeah,
in
cool.
Huntington Beach, California.
And obviously
These are
vegetables.
products built by enthusiasts for enthusiasts and
And
their
that man
shows.
must be
The
cheap.
one I point to
As
is
long
the
as you look after your
California Gold
teeth.
ceramic line. Ceramic coatings always felt like this intimidating, leave it to the pros thing. Mothers makes it simple. Spray it, wipe it, done. Professional grade results in your own driveway without the professional grade price tag. And because Mothers is available almost anywhere, you're not tracking down
And like
some
I've still
cheap
got all my
product
teeth,
online. You
look.
can go grab it today, just in time for the holiday. Whether you're prepping a car
And
for
it's straight
or
as
you just
fuck,
want it
look.
looking right in the driveway, there's no shine like Mothers. Head to mothers.com
Mhm.
to check out the full lineup and find what's right for
Cheers,
you.
just try to look after
Give it that Mother's love.
As you guys may remember, we have spent the last couple weeks working to rescue a really awesome 1973 Ford F-250.
Well, look after my body.
This is a truck
As you can
that
see.
my wife and I inherited from her stepdad, and he was a mechanic. He spent a bunch of time kind of starting the rescuing process on this truck, but unfortunately passed before he had time to finish the job. And so we've taken over the project, we've taken over the mantle to really get it in great condition. This week, the truck's been having trouble starting, and we think that the battery needs to be replaced. And we're also a little worried about the alternator. Luckily, AutoZone makes it easy by testing my battery and alternator for free. It's actually one of AutoZone's many free services, alongside battery testing and charging, and their free fix finder service if you have a dash line. So it does turn out that the F-250 needed both a battery and an alternator, no less shock. For the replacement, we're going with Duralast Gold battery and Duralast alternator. With the help of AutoZone, that project is complete. Keep following us here at Cars and Bits to see what we tackle next with the help of AutoZone.
Alright, move on to the next. Move on to the next one. What we got next? Oh god, they're gonna see that we have PowerPoint. Okay, Bentley released the NorCal. Nick, you see this?
the Torcal with a T, yes.
Oh yeah.
Torcal? Well, there's not much to see.
My dog wants the rest of this.
Basically
So
says
to be
that
clear, this is
Should I give it to him?
take a replacement, I believe. Right?
Yes or no? Yeah.
that is actually, I believe it's not necessarily replacing. It's going to be an all EV, their first only electric
This is
vehicle.
not
It
much
will
in
be a
it.
2-row, 5-seater SUV. So their first full EV is
Should I
going
give it to him?
be an SUV. That's what we know and not much else.
Yep. Pretty much.
Yeah. They're gonna release it in September. They've invited me to their launch, and I can't come. Nick, would you like to go on my
And they should go. Where is it?
The UK.
It's limited edition as well.
It's a bit far. My Torcal can only make it to about a third of the way to the airport.
Nick, don't you want to see the Torcal named after the great places of Toronto and Calabasas, north of Boston?
I'm sure that's what they were going for.
Toronto and Calgary. This is a Canada play.
Yeah, it's actually called a spectacular collection of limestone rock formation in Spain. If you're curious.
Nope. Torcal, Toronto and Calgary. This is a Canada play, and their next one's going to be the Van Mon.
Yeah,
in Chrysler in Montreal.
Same basic architecture as the other Volkswagen UPVs, the Cayenne especially. It's going to be an SUV, part itself in the spy shop, but it's kind of like
Partially reconstituted,
Yep, you're right. Yep. We'll find out
Buttermilk.
in 2 weeks.
I think it's smart in that they didn't do. They initially had a concept that was like a 2-door Jaguar
Red
Type
Bull.
00.
I knew it fucking had raspberry
I
Red
don't
Bull
think
in
that the
it.
demand is there for these like stylish coupe
16%.
sedans. Like they didn't do the Tesla
Glucose syrup, sugar, water,
or Lucid like a sedan first. Like
rhubarb
SUV, I think is
juice,
the right platform. Rolls did the
concentrate,
Spectre, and I think all of us
cornflower.
were surprised at how well the Spectre did.
but I think they smartly said, all right, it needs to be luxury, it needs to be like I think the EV SUV makes a lot more sense than the Continental GT or anything else in their lineup, in terms of what buyers might actually want and appreciate. So it doesn't seem like a bad idea compared to, say, the Luce or many of the other luxury EVs.
You know what I'm saying about this?
By the way,
I was like, I swear I could taste raspberry ripple in it. When I was saying it's fucking vinegar and custard. On the back, fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth ingredient, rhubarb flavour, and then it says, it just says rhubarb flavour, raspberry ripple, 18%.
A quick story. The Saudi chief technical officer
18%.
had a budget interview.
I knew I could taste fucking raspberry
keep
ripple in it,
especially
as well as rhubarb.
world markets.
This is a mixture of the two.
Focus on technology and building all screens and having the latest greatest technology in her cars.
Yeah, the little bits of sauce that were in it. That was the rhubarb.
We wanted it to be a little bit more simple. We want to be able to click things physically, and so they have spun off and created a side project, Audi in all caps, different than Audi, just a capital A, and without the Thor cells in China, alongside a local partner there, that where they can develop cars just for the Chinese market.
But Nick, you know what the cool thing about this is? There's now another Audi brand where you can money ship their cars.
You were really excited.
You can sit there and look at you.
Yeah, don't worry, they're all fans pretty much.
Fully, but this is an interesting story. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, for a long time we've been going towards a world car and people doing it. And now I think some automakers, Audi specifically right now, have realized people around the world want slightly different things in different markets. They need to make different design and functionality. And this is probably a good split to actually do that.
No, you can't be fucking seeing the first
People's
place.
speed and preferences, like I want less screens, don't always correlate with their actual.
What's any difference?
So one, I think you
Yeah.
have to pay extra for this because
I'm not
the
seeing
cars would be
you,
cheaper
and hearing you over there.
locally versus having to design two.
I'm not seeing you.
Two, they say they have more buttons.
No
We
fucking
heard from Dutch
difference.
reviews.
If I can ever.
Quickly become too many
Literally,
buttons.
when I
Screens
think
actually
about
make sense. You just have to get over that initial
Exactly, so there's no
30 day
reason to
learning
redo the
curve
roof.
of finding where things are. Like they say they want the buttons, but they're the
They
average.
put any shit in there.
But the average buyer,
False
when they're faced with
advertising.
a
It depends, I
airplane-like
suppose.
cockpit of buttons, actually prefer that versus just getting used to the screen. I don't think they're suggesting going back to the Panamera, which is sure, sure. And to be clear,
But yeah, I can't believe
they're-
that.
what they mean
I had a
clear,
roast
they
dinner
will use the
today.
same
No, I
platform.
had a fucking
And
fully, I had
everything
a
is-
fully
yeah,
English breakfast,
makes
three
sense.
sausages,
Market
three
decision.
sausages,
I
3
do
bits of
think that there
bacon,
have been, especially
2
with
eggs,
pushback to
beans,
a lot of
fucking 2
screens
hash
that everything
browns,
is functional.
mushrooms,
Like in the US.
fucking
And if
2
you ever, even some
fucking,
audio-based climate control, that's a big win. But not what the
2
Chinese market wants. The Chinese
black
market wants
puddings,
opposite. Or if they
and
want screens
the
and all the latest technology that
beans,
some automakers have, especially
sauce
European
for
and US, American
barbecue
automakers,
sauce with
have been
beans
left behind
inside,
that market. They're
and the
willing
4
to do
pieces
that.
of toast with the
In addition,
butter,
take that risk
and then I've
for the
made
rest of the
those
global
into a
markets, and
bacon
maybe they can actually
and
win in each of the
sausage
markets.
sarnie, so the bacon and sausage sarnie with
looks
the
like
rest
it's
of the
usually
fry.
Well, it's
Then
weird
I had the
because the
dessert
headlights are also
after.
red, so I think this is just like a bad AI. And
Yeah, dinner. Then after that,
what's that stuff?
I'll come home
Yeah.
and I think I had a chocolate bar,
I saw one
and
recently.
then after that,
The later ones had
I had that.
And
that.
unfortunately, the interior looks
Awful.
atrocious.
So you think how much I've eaten today?
It could have been better, but I also think the
I've eaten way more than that. All I had yesterday was a chicken in comparison. We had the chicken at night time, and I think we had a chocolate bar or ice cream and that was it.
The Axiom interior, by the way. It's funny because the Axiom looks so futuristic when it came out, and now you look at it and it just looks like a. Yep, and SUV.
You eat black pudding, how am I wrong for that? Do you know what it actually tastes like? It just tastes like, yes, it's congealed blood, but if it's done right, it just tastes like a really strong Lincolnshire sausage. Do you know what I mean? That's been overly done, where it's got like a crust on it, like toast. Like when you
Most
scrape
of
it,
the
it
films
sounds
are
like
not going
toast.
back to Texas.
Do you know what I mean? Where it's fried and then just left there to dry out.
Make some in Mexico, but it sounds
Scrape
like
it.
one factory in Mexico doesn't have a product
Sounds like
that makes you
toast.
wonder, what's
I can imagine someone put, to be fair, I probably wouldn't mind putting butter on it, and I know what it tastes like. I reckon a bit of butter on it would make it go be more palatable, because it tastes like sausage.
And so it makes sense
Obviously
for them
the
to
butter
add
with
capacity.
it.
I love the
It's
idea
making it
of
creamy.
the trucks coming the same time.
But no, black bunny's not that bad. For my whole life I never used to like it. And then one day I was in Morrison City, and I was like, you know what?
Obviously,
Oh,
they're thinking that if the tariffs are here to stay, it seems now increasingly like maybe they will be at least for a while. They can get the Tacoma built here. There's probably a bit of a pride thing there too. Americans want a car that's not necessarily built in Mexico.
I've tried this my whole life. I always hated it. I suppose as you get older,
That San Antonio factory. It makes the finest
but
automobiles.
I guess that's the first back when I've tasted it. I actually tasted
The engine doesn't go up so much.
just
By
about.
the way, also,
So it doesn't taste like
we're at the point, the renegotiations
my
of the
mind.
USMCA, which is the agreements in the US, Mexico, Canada.
And a lot of people
when we
think that,
started last week, 2 weeks ago, when the US was
just pure blood, it's minced meat,
so I think there's also some
pork
calculation there.
mixed with
What we need to deal with, because even
Or
if
like
tariffs go away under
offcuts or
under a future administration, renegotiating with the UMCA may take some initial time, and if some of their free trade benefits go away, that also becomes problem. I think that's, yeah.
I like the toasters when you go on holiday. And it's not the toaster where you put the floor in
Two things here. One, I do think
pops up like that. I love the toaster that you put in the like the top, and then it slowly rotates and comes to the bottom.
like this was
And the toaster just
arguably
pops
the
up the
point
bottom.
of the
It's
tariffs
like
was to push more manufacturing into the U.S.
extremely
Obviously,
expensive
with the
hotels.
timeline they were rolled out,
You
that
probably
was
like put 6 in at a time, 8 in at a time.
But in the
And
long
it just
run,
goes on a
what
conveyor
was
belt like this.
manufacturers would make
And how the
decisions
bad
like this.
machine
So
keeps it
one
make
could
meat.
argue is
And so it's like a little shoot like this. And so it'll slowly go down, it'll hold the bread on a little grip until a certain point, so toast it, toast all your nice 8 slices, and then let go of the grip when it's got past gravity, drop, until all your 8 tight slices in front of you done it within like 4 minutes. Well, I've never seen like 8 slices of toast like this for the rest of my life.
We'll see what happens to the price.
They're normally like just that, like
Right. Well, I just mean for like American workers.
my
and
toaster
American
do just 2 at a time.
But what about for you and
So
me, baby girl?
if I put it on for 4 minutes, I've got to wait 8
I need to
minutes just to
explain
make 2
something
pieces.
and maybe apologize. So I have been
Saying that, I
teasing
could
you
buy a
that
different,
Toyota
just
trucks
buy
aren't real American
quadruple
trucks.
toast.
And I was doing so
I wouldn't mind
simply
buying
because I
that
didn't want to give you the
seafood
bragging
toast,
point that you
just
drive
for
an
the
American
hell
truck.
of it.
Like it was a tongue-in-cheek
Just to
comment.
hell of
However,
it, just to see
someone
it
made the
actually
comment that it came
the
out a little
element,
xenophobic
cooking element,
because it's like
toast.
saying, oh, an immigrant that wasn't born in America but lives here isn't a real American or what have you. I never thought of it that way in terms of like the cars.
I wouldn't eat haggis.
Like basically they call
No,
it
I wouldn't
racist.
eat haggis.
Yeah, and I don't think that was.
Even though I haven't tried
That
it,
was never my
so I wouldn't
intent,
try
and I feel awful that it could even be misconstrued that way.
I can't believe you're doing this. This is ridiculous. All the trap.
I've tried everything.
Well, if you didn't-
I've tried squid,
I agree. I see
I've
some
tried
off-color stuff.
wild
I
dog,
would just say, look, it is so confusing.
hyena,
What is an
in South
American truck?
Africa.
What is a non-American
I've
truck?
tried shark fin soup,
Is it built in
Do you know what I mean?
America? Well, then it's
I've tried
American.
turtle, which
Not
shouldn't
really.
be
Most people
dangerous.
think of it as Ford, Chevy,
I've
GM,
tried
all the
turtle.
American brands. Toyota
I've tried
is,
monkey.
is an import, right?
Some
Like if you
weirdo.
go and service your car, you find a domestic
hyena,
vehicle service center,
monkey,
and they support
baboon.
those three.
This is in
Or you go
Africa.
to an import, but like this is a common
Monkey
misconception.
means normal.
If the VIN starts with 1, 4, or 5,
But yeah, it's a
it's
different way of
American. Am I
life.
right, Filippo?
That's what the license plate collector
Just blah, blah,
thinks.
blah. That's
For
their
normal
KFC.
Americans who aren't obsessed with cars, you
Yeah,
know,
it's
I
monkey
think
meat.
they misconstrue that.
You said that, Nick, because the federal government has something called the Buy American Act, which ensures
I don't
that
think,
as you purchase American goods,
other than going to,
in that
other than going to Johannesburg, when I went out to live out in South Africa, when I lived out in Limpopo, we would go shopping once a month, and we'd go into the town centre, drive our quad bikes on the main road, on the motorway to the town centre. And it'd take us about half an hour to drive there, and we'd do the trip about once a month. And not once did I ever see a Subway,
Conceding that the Tom Brand and Sequoia are
none of that.
American made.
It was all like,
Confusing as that is to my simple
like
brain,
mum
to
and
wrap my head
papa
around
type
it,
restaurants,
Toyota is an
or like,
American brand.
do you know what I mean?
I
Like all
can get
traditional
past
shit.
that,
That's
and I
really nice.
apologize if my comments here
It made a nice comparison.
They were
So
designed
just
by
the
Americans,
fast
so they
food.
are originally sold. They are more or less
But
only
it's
sold
probably
in
the best
America
fast
and the
food I've
Gulf.
had is
And
in
like
Thailand.
yesterday, like 2 of them were sold in Japan.
Because
They're
it
only
came
sold in
out
America.
not
Shipped by
instant
America, I would put in Canada
instantly,
or North America.
but when you order it,
Except in
over here,
so that I do.
I've worked in McDonald's, and they can stick it in there. They've got drawers. Each drawer, they can have food in there for 20 minutes. So one drawer will have nuggets, another drawer will have fucking chips, another drawer will have fucking chicken burgers, another drawer will have patties. And they can keep them there for up to 20 minutes, then they got to throw it away. Right, a lot of people don't. They won't throw it away, they put it to the side.
You go to Italy for like a month and you speak to people in
Because they feed you anyway.
and make fun of my multiplier.
If you work for Mackey's, they give you lunch anyway. The only thing you're not allowed to eat is anything on promotion. You're allowed to have anything you want on the menu, it's just not anything on the promotion. Like a big case, with a big arse.
The answer to your question is yes.
But I worked there for about 7 months, and they say, oh yeah, you work at McDonald's, you get fat. Mate, I ate McDonald's every single fucking day, probably twice a day. And I've worked in Subway for about a year. Did I ever get fat from either working in either? No, and I got fed every single day. But it's all about fasting, metabolism, how skinny you are, how quickly you can burn it off. You know what I mean? Like I work out quite frequently
Then I
anyway.
started wearing Warby Parker Sport. And what I appreciate is they don't look like performance eyewear. They're not that competing in the Olympics look. They look like normal, well-designed sunglasses. But the upgrades are where it counts. And
Mate,
no
I've
sweat,
eaten
no pads,
hyena,
so
I've
stay
eaten
put when
monkey,
you're
I've
sweating.
eaten shark in
A
the soup,
Designed
I've eaten
that widens your
donkey,
field of vision.
I've eaten
And
horse,
contrast-enhancing
obviously
lenses that
pig,
keep things sharp when you're moving.
chicken,
They block 100% of UV,
pigeon,
they're polarized, scratch
veal,
resistant,
rabbit,
and more.
deer.
I've worn mine hiking on long walks, and they just stay where they're supposed to be. And Warby does more than sport. Prescription glasses, contacts, online eye exams, and over
Buffalo,
300 stores if you'd still
kangaroo.
rather go in person. It's all in one place. Eyewear that's made to move with you. Right now, buy one pair of
Yeah.
glasses and get 20% off
Loads
any
of those
additional pairs
ones.
at warbyparker.com.
But the buffaloes are endangered now.
That's 20% off any additional pairs when you
Back
purchase
then,
one pair at
like, you needed to survive. It's a cow at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean? It's still a cow. It's just a huge cow. Like, if you kill a buffalo, that's enough to feed the whole village for like a month. Well, I would say a month, maybe. Depending on the size of the village, maybe a good couple of weeks. By the time you chop his head off, fucking chop his legs off, chop his obviously fucking... Yeah, like I said, they don't waste anything. What they don't use, they probably put it into a stew. And then have all the nutrients from the stew. In French and Spanish, love it.
Incredibly helpful. Many banks to those that were providing their cards, they were instrumental to.
I've had escargot before,
And fun. And
but it's not my
like I
favourite.
knew what I was doing. So, recommend it.
Give us our next news story, please.
Polestar. Polestar, as we talked about.
Yeah, I've had escargot.
Sell cars in the U.S. starting in 2027 model year. That means we're not getting any new Polestars, including a Polestar 4 with a rear window, which just was released in Europe. But if you want a Polestar, now is your chance. Polestar 4s are about 25 grand off MSRP advertised. So Polestar doesn't have dealers. So this isn't you go to a dealer and negotiate. They're advertising 23 grand off of one, 20 grand off of Polestar 3, an additional loyalty or conquest bonus, and pretty generous lease terms. So if you want a Polestar 4, go get it now. I guess 25 grand off of cash purchase, plus an additional more if you have owned one or if you have a competing car. Crazy.
Yeah, you gotta imagine the sales reps there are ready to make some deals. But this picture, if you're watching this, is me. This was Thursday. I think the news was announced on like a Monday. You can get deals allegedly, but I will tell you, there was not an employee there. The doors were locked. The short-term strategy for Polestar was like, take a couple of days off and figure out from corporate what to do.
So they were truly very confused, understandably so.
Yes, understandably so.
And did not know what they wanted to do. I will say, by the way, a Polestar 4 MSRP for a baseline is something like 55 grand. So you're taking 45% off that insurance, except that you may not have any servicing. You're never going to be able to trade into a different one.
It's still too expensive. That's what used ones already are selling for that are like 6 days old. That's what the transaction price always was.
Unfortunately not, but that was why they went.
Well, I mean, everyone's comparing with the Fisker and being like, oh, it's the same as getting the Fireshell and the Fiskers. I think it's different in that Polestars will still be made internationally. Like, the parts are theoretically available. Getting them to the U.S. might be tricky.
Volvo dealers will service them.
You can service your Fisker in Manhattan.
It's trickier though. Like this won't be as tricky as the Fisker, and I don't think it needs to be as much of a fire sale. Like it's just going to stop being sold, but it's not going up in flames.
Have they announced if Volvo is willing to service orphan Polestars?
They've committed to maintaining service ability, and I don't know whether they're going to do that through their own service centers, which I think there are a few Polestar service centers, or through Volvo dealers, but I imagine it'll be something in that realm. They have committed to it, just like
they have to be hoping that they can still get a waiver, right? Like, or change some code.
I don't think they're
truly not even going to try to appeal.
You know what's wild is all these brands that went into the malls made the mistake of not putting service and sales together. So like, you're in for service. You're Nick, who's like impulsive and crazy, right? You're in for service, and hey, I money shifted my TT. They got a new TT sitting right there, and you're like, yeah, that looks pretty nice. Let me take a test drive. Next thing you know, you're buying. Whereas with these brands that are at the mall, the service center is in some industrial area that is ugly, and you can't have this experience where you're like, oh, and you know what I mean? Like, and so Nick drops off the car and he's like not looking at the new GTs.
They did try that actually at Audi of San Diego. But I think the trade-in value of a blown motor TTRS was a little below my liking. Yeah. So I ended up passing. But you know, what's crazy too is the UTC mall, super nice posh mall, where they're in a lovely double day. I mean, there's a Lucid, there's a Tesla, there's a Polestar. It's all the EV brands.
Down here.
Well, like every good 15 year old.
What is this? What are you,
Above my feet somewhere.
Look, you and I are a little different. Right?
I like
There's amenities. There's multiple ice cream places. There's boba. Like, doesn't matter what you're. You don't have to make a decision. You go to the mall. Yeah. Everything from the food court to True Food Kitchen to Din Tai Fung. You got it all. Okay. Good advertising.
This is brought to you by the UTC Mall, ladies and gentlemen.
You can buy EV while you're there. You're like, oh, I just wanted to get like an H&M T-shirt, but the Polestar 4 is $25,000 off.
As many brands as they can. And UTC Mall, do your shopping, and then there's a Chipotle in the parking lot.
Ooh, that would be nice.
Yes. Moving on from an automaker that has great deals because they legally can't sell cars starting next year to one that has great deals because
it's not as
you want me to do it.
Lucid is offering 0% on the graphic for some long amount of time too.
Yep.
And it's interesting because I've been trying to buy a car here. It's very difficult.
I'm always like,
to buy a car. I don't know if you're around here yet, but I've been going to the new car dealerships. And you go to the new car dealerships like the
no, I'm not hanging away.
He's doing fine these days. And their advertised deals are 5.99%.
Yeah.
You know, like I was over at the Toyota 4Runner place, and they were like, "Oh, we can get you $599 for 72 months," and I'm like, "What a bargain! What an absolute bargain!" So for Lucid to eat that, because they're eating the finance charge, the whole interest basically on the thing. That's an unbelievable amount of money on a car that ostensibly costs $105,000, but in reality costs a lot less. Now we sold, speaking of a lot less, we sold this week a Lucid Gravity. Did you see that, Felipe?
By the way, 0% financing and $10,000 in cash.
Yeah, I mean, we sold a 26 Gravity with only 316 miles on it for 81,500 United States dollars.
I wonder if I'll get I wonder if that much there's not.
Well, it was a Grand Touring. So what's that cost?
95.
But so
it's like on the website. It's 95.
It starts at 96 grand.
seats inside.
Yeah, for 2027 is when it's like 95. But they are offering on their website straight up 10 grand in the Lucid credit.
10 grand in Lucid?
85 is that? We're there.
Yeah, what is
Lucid?
I assume it's just money off.
Assume this one, the one that we sold had a couple of offerings and all that. It's probably all 160 sticker. That was sold for 20 grand off with only 316 miles driven, but I think that's what the market rate is.
Affordable depreciation given the actual silver.
It's an
You
expensive
feel yourself like going into the
Nick,
dream state. It's like a lot of people say like you feel like they see like pretty colours and patterns and it's like a big one. You might be imagining.
So the Tesla Model
It's not a hallucination.
is 63,
It's real.
and I think
So you may say that in your head that it was a hallucination, but it wasn't. So whatever you saw was real. You just got to do it again.
price maybe, but for 20 grand more, I don't want that.
This time I'll put a little bit less
My favorite part of this story is
so you
Car
can actually
Driver, a very reputable, long-standing
pop the whole
publication,
thing from
known
start
for
to
kind of
finish.
like
And then
playing it
trust
safe,
me,
being friendly to
hold
their
it in for more than 30
advertisers,
seconds because like I said, you
OEMs.
need to get your
Their
lungs to
headline was
absorb
2026 Lucid
And then
Gravity
you know when
available
something goes
with
like that,
interest due to
nothing
no
comes out because their lungs
They
are behind
just
the stick.
slammed the
So
Lucid and no one wants to
just
buy
try
it.
and do that.
Like it's, I'm a hater on this pod and I say some mean things. Even I wouldn't go that far to be that mean about it. Like, it's pretty wild that Car and Driver is taking low blows at the Lucid Gravity.
Which, by the way, was one of their 10 best last year.
Was it? Yeah, that is freaking nuts.
It's a good car. I drove it. It's a good car. When it's reliable. I had a neighbor of mine had there's so many problems with theirs that got brought back. We've already heard about all the problems.
Which is high as me, I'm not that high. My friend was like, I wish I was high as you. I'm like, I'm not that high.
Precise, but yeah.
It takes me ages to get high. Like I said, I'll probably get more high.
It's incredibly expensive.
I'll probably get more high baking this and cookies than I would have put it in sniffs.
It's a tough thing.
Guaranteed, without a fucking shadow of a doubt.
Ooh, that'll change.
Like if we were to go to Morrison's tomorrow and buy a £2 cookie mix, and then just buy a little flat sheet tray like this, right? I'll car box this, grind it up, I'll have a nice layer of weed on there, and then I'll get the cookie mix in the bowl, chuck this in the bowl, mix it all in, and make sure I get a nice even layer, spread it all the way across, chuck it in the fridge, let it go nice and chilled and cold, right? Cut it up, and then you put some sweet crumbs. And I'm hoping to put at least a gram in for because then you'll have half of one. I did say only eat half of one, babe. You'd be like, I can manage, it's alright. Yeah, but you said that about the alcohol.
Don't you think you could fix the styling by just raising the right hand?
Creeps up on
You can there's a setting in the car.
Just lift
it's
it.
like a DMT.
Fine. Then
You're
it's
like, oh,
sucky
I'm
on the
such a food.
That's not said lightly, but fine.
I don't think it looks bad.
Or you're like, I can feel it creeping up, I can feel it creeping up.
Based on my
And then you just, your eyes just like I said,
people who
flipping
have
at you
this
like
kind of
on
money to spend on
TV.
a luxurious fee want their car to look like,
And then all of a
yeah,
sudden,
it is not this.
I agree.
They want Range
Like,
Rovers,
eyes
they
open,
want their car to
you
look
flick it,
they
and
want
then
like
just went,
rugged, luxury, like capable luxury.
like, you just
And
shut
that's
your
why the
eyes.
Gravity, that's why the Range Rovers
It's
sell,
like I said,
I mean, all of those vehicles, the R1S,
to
which is honestly a
have
pretty
the
similar
best
vehicle, just
experience.
styled better.
Have your eyes open
That's
at the
something
beginning so you can see everything starting to change.
this just wasn't it.
And then when you
Lucid
start
really
shit
wanted to
starting
come
to
up
change
with
before your
sort of a
very eyes, that's when
swept,
the magic
simple,
starts
kind of
to happen.
more overly look,
Then
and
it
it's
becomes
just
a lot
it's not
more,
what people want.
I wouldn't say intense, it's a lot more easier to manage because then you're inside your
I
own
could have
head.
told them day one.
What's controlling it is your own
at 100
thoughts.
grand looking like
You know what I
that.
mean? But on the outside, you've got outside information messing with the inside information. So that's why sometimes it's a bit weird having music on and then say you have someone talk to you and you're trying to understand what they're saying. You can't miss important things.
It's really hard
That's
not
why,
to make
like
it
I
come
said,
about 7
sometimes you
inches
don't
longer,
need
but
music.
yeah, we're gonna
I did, every time I did DMT, like I said, I did it, put a little bit in a split.
Model X went away.
And I was
If you
in
want a
operating
three-row
field.
EV, Tesla now
And
has
I
an
put it
option
back
for that.
to
Actually,
when
they
I
have
was
an option to
in
be
the
decent.
field,
Like they should
operating
do, why
field
don't do this for
2018.
the Model 3 too?
And people stood
Like,
around me,
get rid of all
so
the different models of this
operated
thing,
light
shorty,
around
long-
me,
long boy.
so doctors stood around me with the blue gloves on, and then all I hear is,
Looks everybody about it looks like the stretch is on the back. So
here's Mr. Palfrey, he's here, and they just whispered it in my left ear, just my left ear. He's here, like as in Mr. Palfrey's here. He's here, and that's all I heard. He's here, and someone else is voice. It's because I was smoking this split. Within 10 seconds, I was back in the room. Like, what the actual fuck was that? And I was like, that was like a previous dream of mine.
Chevy
I remember
Trailblazer
sleeping because I was
EXT,
asleep. because I was awake when I had my operation, subconsciously, I'm still listening to things. So when they were like, yeah, they already put me under at that point. Do you know what I mean? And they're talking about it. And I clearly heard the first bit of the conversation. Yeah, this is what we're going to do to him today, blah, 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 blah.
It's just so poorly executed that all I can see is this like diaper on the rear end, effectively.
Have you thought about it?
What do you mean? You should take my offer with that plan.
I'm glad that you're happy.
What plan?
It looks good. I'll tell you something.
It does have about 5-6 inches more third row legroom, a little bit less. Second row legroom, a little bit more.
I've never refused no offer and no plan. You offered me. I've always said you can send me a plan, whatever plan you got. Oh yeah, Salvia, mate. I tried Salvia. Salvia is not as powerful as DMT, trust me. It's a very powerful psychedelic in its own right, but it's a scary psychedelic in comparison to DMT. It's very forgiving, whereas Salvia is a nightmare.
We talked a few months ago.
Story is that it's adding a fourth row. This is not a new
We talked a few months ago about a high power fold recall because the power folding seats were not going back up and big trash could unfortunately kill a child. The Vistic third row can do the same thing, so there's a stop sale and a full recall. If you have a Vistic, get that taken care of.
And I'll tell you something, Vistic owners out there, all 6 of you, 5 of whom are employed by General Motors.
Yeah, it wasn't really
5 of whom are the wife of a dealer principal at Cadillac of Bloomington, Indiana. You better get the thing. You better get the thing back to the dealership.
We can not allow for consumer safety here. I don't think the Vistic owner segment and the car pod listener segment. I think there's a little overlap. I think there's overlap, but this is it's a good vehicle. All right.
It is a good vehicle, shockingly, but no one's buying it.
Last story is about Jiffy Lube. Yeah, a couple of interesting things here. So they were bought by private equity in a $1.3 billion deal. It was formerly owned by Shell. Shell owned it and Quaker Lube. No idea. So Jiffy Lube is so interesting in like enthusiasts generally don't go there, and it's got a reputation, but a lot of people do. Like a lot. My wife is actually a huge fan of this. Like this, it's just like it's in and out. It's convenient. It's cheap. But
these
one
places
point,
let you do an oil change when you see in the car that they're changing the oil.
I know. I tried to get them to
I
do
wouldn't say it was scary, yeah.
because the oil pan drain was stripped, and they were like, "Look, this isn't in our computer. It's like there's so many issues here. We refuse to do it." But like, they've been delightful. They've done every oil change on our Focus. So private equity buying it off of Shell. It'll be interesting to see where this goes in terms of like how they turn that into either better or different. But Jiffy Lube is now owned by Monomoy Partners.
Nick, let me tell you where it's going to go. Nowhere.
Yeah, just
it's
really
gonna be
hard.
exactly the same as always.
I don't know. Did you see what they did to Red Lobster? And they took away all the you can eat shrimp, but then they brought it back. I mean, like, what's going to happen?
I'll tell you this: if you want the way that Monomoy Partners will change Jiffy Lube is that they will tell their people to take multiplus. If they come in, don't turn it on. I don't care if it's not on the computer.
That would be interesting. I have all been thinking seriously about launching my own Jiffy Lube competitor. So, now I gotta think about the competitive environment. A couple of interesting things. Most Jiffy Lubes, all Jiffy Lubes are the franchise model, so they're independently owned. As part of this deal, Monomoy Partner also purchased the second largest Jiffy Lube owner, so they purchased a bunch of stores. As a result, which will be interesting to see what they try to do at those stores to optimize profit. Shell said that they sold because they are just trying to get a little bit more clarity and like a little bit more focus on their core brands and selling off some of the other properties.
I know what you could name it.
Nicky Lube? Money Shot. All right, no, I like Nicky Lube better. Or I don't. All right.
Actually, is this real that you're talking about this?
So my hypothesis here, I know you think I should share publicly. Yeah, look, if anyone wants to invest or back this idea or validate it,
No, unless you inject it.
So there's Jiffy Lube and other similar brands that service the bottom of the market. People just want a quick, cheap oil change. Anyone that has like a European car, which is us fellow European cars.
Yeah, ayahuasca, that lasts like 3-4 hours.
We have to go to the dealer, or we go to a Thailand where an oil change is like $500. And every time I talk about having to take an oil change, everyone's like, oh, I changed my own oil and it cost 37 cents. Like, I've done that too. It's a pain. It's messy. The leftover oil sits in my garage for literally years until I get around to it, like disposing of it properly. So there needs to be something in between a $30 oil change at Jiffy Lube and a $600 oil change at Land Rover Carlsbad. My hypothesis is Mickey Lube will service that meaty middle where you want like a $300 oil change. I'm gonna have like massage chairs and like Pac-Man and stuff to do it while you wait, but you don't need an appointment, or maybe you do need an appointment, I'm not sure.